And voila, here we are. I'm done, finished. It was a nice process, and it came out pretty nice. I have worked a lot with the textures and the colors and trying to put them on top of each other or try to get them right. It has been difficult because it wasn't much information in the dark here. You can see it kind of looks like it. I have painted this wet and wet, so it became kind of a mess, but it works, so I'm going to let it stay. Now it's going to my gallery. So yeah, if you like to support me, you know what to do. You can go to my Patreon and sign up there. So I will do what I can to help you how to paint and be your art teacher or painting teacher. If you only want to support my channel, you can do that by buying me a coffee. You find the links to all of this in description, so and on my channel. So yeah, and remember, thumbs up, leave comment, and tell me what you think. It's quite important to me. So okay, have a good one, stay cool, and have fun watching the video. Hope. So here we are. I'm going to start on a new project. It is a landscape with my daughter in it from she was like 10 years old or something like that. Now she's actually 28 and married, so it's a long time since she became a grown-up. But I'm gonna paint this one on this canvas, and that is what you're gonna watch me do now. So stay cool and see me paint. Yay! Ask questions in description and in comments and stuff. So when it's finished. Okay, thank you. And voila, here we are. So what do? This figure is basically in the middle of it. This one is printed out exact the size this is going to be. It makes it easier for me to kind of transform this one to that canvas. But I use this one to kind of, it is almost one up, a little over, and then it is basically a little bit over half, like in the gyllene snitt, as it's called. So I think it will be like, if I do like this, it should basically go all the way up a little bit over there, yes, and down here it should be there. So I think it's basically just gonna mark. Maybe I should do that with some bluish. Just place it, you see it coming in here, and just say boom. It's approximately in the middle, like this, and the shoulder goes down, and this figure here, and her shoulder comes out here, and it goes down there, the darkness in here, there's a lot of lights, so like this, and I think it will, you see now, approximately, you see here, do like this, actually it was there. So the figure, and this figure, because of the light, triggers my eyes to believe that it's bigger. Of course that's kind of crazy, but now it is actually correct, approximately correct, and this one is also quite correct, and that is good enough. you know, because it's also her head is placed a little bit this way, and then the arm comes out here, and I think it's about, and measure this one too, one, like this, this one, like this. Let me see, this one here is like this, and here it is like this. So it is actually a little bit less on this side, so I should move it. Yeah, I have to move, actually I did the wrong thing. I need to move it this way, and it's a good thing I saw that, because I would hate myself if I did a mistake like this. And look at the head here, and yeah, that's true. It is approximately the same distance from the head and the shoulder, like this, and now there's a lot of people who is using these diagrams, and they're kind of sketching up with one tone, and doing all these kind of U-turns. If I go down here, and her head comes down approximately here, like this. This is smaller than I think. That is very important. This shoulder. But anyway, it should be basically the same, even more. See now. One. It's a little bit more on this side actually. So it's kind of almost there. So just gonna start sketching it. And of course I always start with, usually I start with a light, but here, up here, it's more darkness, and the light is basically more in the background. So I'll start sketching. And I'm gonna try to keep this, I'm not gonna add in so much color from the beginning. Well, sometimes my ear needs to be scratched. Now the problem here is that I need to this goes in here, down here, face, cut here, nose is about here, this. Now I can actually start adding a little bit spots of light. And this is what I find so fascinating, because I just standing here and I'm kind of just picking up different things, like her hair. Now on this side it's bright, and some yellowish. Her hair is kind of in that, it's a very low sunlight. The place is called Åkra in Norway, in Karmøy, and it's called Åkra Sanden. It is the place where we usually go and have baths in the summer, or go for a walk. It's a very nice beach, usually cold in the water, but that is Norway in a nutshell, actually. So, yeah. Now I do wonder if I'm going to cut it now, cut the this, yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Just going to take a scissor, I have one, and cut the photo. I just do like this. I take it because I don't need the things that are there, so I just cut it like this. I only need this, you know. Whoops. And then I just take it like this and move it up here. And then it becomes much easier for me to see, to have a dialogue with it, as you can see. Because now it's way more direct. I can just kind of do like this. It's almost like almost like using one of these clear obscure, you know, obscure in a way. Fuck, another dead brush. So sad when I actually forget my brushes. I shouldn't chew up oil paint, maybe. I should also cut this. Anyway, so I can save it. Now you can see it's easier for me. It's actually some of the paint here just stood a couple of days and kind of became. Now I'm just going to go in there. As you can see, it's way easier for me to sketch now because now I actually. Also, when I do it like this, I don't get that. What can happen when you have a photo like there is that you actually paint the twist in the perspective. So you have to do like this sometimes and kind of move so you don't screw up the perspective when you paint it. That looks really dumb when you have done that. So. More. And here it's dark, and here it's dark, and this, here, and this shoulder isn't that big actually, so it has more like a bluish tone. Shoulder and lies behind. There's kind of a shine behind here because the dress is going up like this and right behind there. So it's a nice contrast actually to the shoulder to get the, when I paint it, get the dress in there. And then I will have the shoulder behind. Now I'm going to try to make this video into a video about painting. Not all my digressions about the universe and everything. Call it a oil painting course. Because that is what it is. If you see how I work now, you can think about and emulate this. So like this, yes. And I do now just a little bit of the sea behind that. And here it becomes more. Here you can see it's more brighter. This, and I can start to kind of explain. I'll what's behind there. And so you see, in a way, I start. It always reminds me. I've probably said it many times before, when Michelangelo was asked about how he could carve out or how he was thinking when he carved out from stone, and he said, well, the sculpture is already there, I just have to chop away what is around it. And in many ways it's the same thing for me here. The motif is already in there. I just need to add and subtract some light and stuff to make it pop out. So yeah, and that's also what I do. I actually build more. When I paint, I do more 3D type of sculptural painting, which I talk a lot about in every video. And you can say why make any more videos. I probably said everything already, but why not? People want new stuff. They don't want to see the same things over. They want to see new paintings. But the funny thing also, which I find very nice, is that I document my work for prosperity. You know, all my videos, all my digital material. Maybe someone will actually use it to. And that is why I say also, if you want to use my video footage in your own videos or something, that's fine. Just it would be nice if you tag me or tell who I am, and maybe link to my channel or whatever. But you can just use it as you want. Now maybe it looks chaotic here, but I think it's a good beginning. I'm just going to take the dress a little bit. So annoying when some of the colors has actually dried. So what colors do I use actually here? You know, for this dress, I have you see, it is called, one of the things that two of the paints that I think is very important is, let me see here, yeah, this one. It is called Brilliant Gel Light. It is kind of a yellowish color, and it is very nice to this one, which is Brilliant Gel Reddish, Brilliant Yellow Reddish. I guess this is Brilliant Yellow. And I think they work very nice in tandem, and also can add in other colors. Yeah, because there's a lot of blue and there's reddish in this. You know, this photograph is taken with tungsten film, taken with a film that I don't even have anymore. So yeah, you see now. Yeah, the nose is higher there. That's the good thing. So what I did now, I just do like this, and I see where the face is and stuff. Maybe I should make this into a 10-hour video. Okay. Like this. I think it's going to be a little bit higher here. And the thing is, I have to make this painting quite quick because I'm gonna be in an exhibition in the Calme, actually at the end of this month, October, so I have to basically work every day. Also gonna make some other paintings. I was actually thinking about having some other paintings in that exhibition, but I thought I'd just paint something that was more relevant to the place that I come from. Also, they usually yield some income, which is very important for me as an artist. If I'm gonna realize all my project and all the things that I want to do, I need money to do it. So yeah, we shouldn't talk bad about actually money, yeah, because money is freedom. It is can also be a curse, of course, but it's freedom. Now, when I paint now, I use cadmium yellow. It's a lot of it's quite limited also, these it's quite limited actually, the colors I use in this. It's very yellow, it's kind of it's almost like the film is kind of burned out in a way, almost like the print had problems picking up. You see, I did that mistake here. This was supposed to be more, or maybe this is supposed to be. But that is the things I just have to adjust as I go along here. You see how impressionist this actually is. Maybe I should zoom a little bit now, because you can actually get closer and see what I'm doing. It's 20 minutes already, gee. Here you can actually see more what I'm doing, like this. So it's quite impressionist, as you can see. I just go in and I start to mark off all the different things. I love this kind of work. I just simply love it, because it's so freeing. The creativity, just the first you just grab the impressions and you add it on the canvas like this, is basically it's almost like the most giving part. Oh, every part of it is quite giving, and adds some. Really adds what to say, it gives a sense of meaning, you know, and engagement and purpose. So yeah, you get this dopamine feedback from it. So when you sketch, it's more like eating pizza, you know. Despite, you know, pizza is not healthy for you, I would say, because it's too much shit in it. This, however, is kind of a healthy. It's kind of a mix between what I call a short buzz and a long. You know, the short and the long dopamine. It is a mix between the serotonin, the creativity, the serotonin actually gives that beautiful creative states. Dopamine. When I don't film and I stand here painting and I just get deep into flow. It is more like a dance, and that is why you should do some creative work, because there is nothing that can compete. I think not even sex, nothing, food, nothing. And yeah, see here what I do. It's just impressions. So in a way, many times I just see myself as an impressionist. My girlfriend is coming by and she's going to make an interview, and I paint this, and we'll post a standalone video about the sketching process, and she asked me questions, basically an hour-long video where I explain brushwork and why to love it. Now, what is good now is that when you hang this on the side like this, it's way more easy, if I can of course find it. Yeah, there it is, the mirror. It is way more easy for me to see where I'm going wrong. I just look at both of them at the same time, and it's easy for me to see what's wrong, because this mirror takes you away from, basically, I think it takes you away from the subjective bias in a way, and make you see it more like a spectator, or like an objective observer. And that is very useful, extremely useful actually. The first time I saw that actually was when I was in, there's a Norwegian painter, some you might know about, called Knut Andre, and it was all the way back in the beginning of the 1990s, probably before many of you were born. It's so funny how fast time flows actually. Well, that's for another day. And he always looked at his paintings in the mirror. He's actually in his 80s now, I think, and he's still painting these huge paintings. And yeah, he was a great inspiration for me when I was young. I didn't go and he actually takes in students and stuff. I didn't become a student because I like different colors than him. Also, I'm not very good being a pupil, being almost like a slave. I had a friend, he sadly died from a month ago, a little over a month ago, a heart attack actually, called Stig, and he was a student. He died only 53 years old actually, or was it 54? A couple of years younger than me, and that's crazy. So that's how it goes. Some people die, some people live longer. Anyway, he was a pupil of this guy, and well, the first time I actually went with my friend I had from art school called Kevin. We went to Knut and looked at his paintings. And I was like a sponge, I remember I haven't talked to Kevin for many years, but since 2001 or something. But it was like a, you know, the swamps that you take charcoal, grit off the blackboard, you know, and just, it's like you put water on it, it sucks in the water. That was how I was. I was just sucked in every information I could. Like I just learned just by looking. And I always took that mirror, looked to get at that. Also, you get more distance when you do it. It's like you get more distance to the canvas. So that was a rant. I wasn't supposed to rant, but that is how I am. Some people actually like it. My girlfriend says this is called ASMR, or I call it Ashmir. She loves Ashmir. You know, the people that is whispering and talking like this when they are painting and they are telling about their lives and stuff, and they are whispering like this. And yeah. So that is probably why I don't have such an audience. You see now, I use my French ultramarine with the Kraplak, no Kraplak, Alisarine, sorry, and I just do this. Okay, here we are again. Now the camera actually stopped, and, because it was gone half an hour. That is how fast it goes. So I'm just gonna continue now for basically a half an hour more. And I thought I want to just make this, maybe I should just make this video into a 12-hour thing. Why not? Because every segment, every part of it is actually a course in itself. Now I should talk more about painting, as I said in the last one. It's not always that easy, but you know, it's like what happens to me when I talk about paint is that it just sends me into this thing, this existential thing, where I start becoming extremely creative when it comes to my thinking, and you know, it's like I become very happy when I paint. If I have a good day, of course, if I'm not too tired or something. And then my creativity takes over when I'm making these videos, so I start talking about the universe and existentialism and what matters and stuff like that. When I should talk about, here I take again my French ultramarine and my blue-black from Winsor Newton, and I make a deeper shadow here. The shoulder is there, so this should actually be here. And I need to fix this. You see that mess I made now? That is because I did some mistakes from the start, of course, and I'm going to show what I do. Then I take thicker colors. This is a good pencil to do that. Also like these round pencils actually. I use a lot of flat pencils, but I also like these round ones because every type of pencils give a different kind of brushwork. See now, I just put this here, and I need to bring this one in. Then I take this, and I need now to put more white in the background there. And I use the same color, and I just I don't see much. Of course, after a while there will be more. What I would love to do is actually, that's the thing, you know, time in existence, and work until the detail are so correct, you know, compared to the subject, that you almost can't see the difference. People tell me, oh, your paintings is so photographic. No, they're not. Not at all, you know. So, now you see, I just had to tone that down. And of course, the good thing is that, taking a new pencil, now I can go in here and I just do like this and paint in the hair. So in between here, you will see the C behind here, and you will get some nice hairs kind of just crossing over like this, and you create something nice behind there, like this. It's darker, I can see. Sending me messages, and you can send like this, and be further out, and down. You see now how everything just starts to come together. Some artists, some people think, oh, that's so beautiful. You have to let us be. No, no way. No way, Jose. You know, that's many times a sorrow I have, because I do very nice sketches, and sometimes I'm not able to kind of finish them, so they kind of becomes a little bit cluttered up. It's almost like there's too much color. Something doesn't feel right. And it's a horrible feeling, actually. Especially when I was a young student. I feel so young still. It's so strange. I looked at some photos I took all the way back in 2005 of some models, and it feels like yesterday. What the hell happened, you know? Time flows so fast, it's just ridiculous. And yeah, the passing of time is relentless. Anyway, now I lost my train of thought, of course. Yeah, it becomes kind of stuffed, so I don't know what to say. It becomes a little bit too much. It's too much paint. I don't know what. And I think it's a thing I just have to try to overcome by just painting more. And just accept it, you know. We all have this skill wall. You see here I'm using a lot of, it's quite limited actually. My palette right now, what I'm working with right now, is actually quite limited. It's not that many colors really. But what I try to do is, what I said, I try to make them have address to one another. And you know, there's nothing in nature. You usually want, well, you can actually get very, it can get very bright, okay? But usually you will have more color span. Also, the film I used was tungsten film, Diaz film 6.7 with my RC camera. So this film had some bluish filter in it. So it kind of shows that filter kind of made the sea bluer in a way. Also, when you print photos like this, it's very hard to get the photos are richer, okay? So the photos are richer. There's no doubt about that. There's more different colors and neons in these colors. So yeah. Now the hand is coming almost all the way down there. What is nice here, you get this shine of the dress in the water, which gives the painting kind of a second dimension. Like it comes like out here. Yeah. And also out here. Also, you see that I start on the toned canvas, and that is also because what I said about the sculpture in the beginning. When I do this, actually if I didn't do that, I have to do that at the same time. Now the beginning shadows are already there when I have this tone. So it's easier for me to, for some reason, maybe I have tried not to do it and it just doesn't work for me. I just get more confused because it's almost like I have to think light and dark at the same time. But when I have that canvas done, I can concentrate about bringing out the light instead of going both ways at the same time. So to me anyway, it's easier. Let's see here. Dress comes down like this. Her leg behind there, just way darker. Dress, leg, and hand. I think hand is probably over there, something like this. You know, if the shoulder is a little bit too wide, I will actually do some mistakes here, because I think, yeah, so. It's basically almost like using charcoal, just its colors in it. Okay, I have to go deeper, deeper. Go deeper, way deeper. The good thing about the French ultramarine is so deep that you mix it in with the kraplak, no, not kraplak, but alsarin. It kind of works as a rich black tone with colors in it. So like this, and darkness. It's very dark actually. So now I can actually go even deeper. But as I said, to me it's nice to have shadows there. Also, when you paint like this, it's quite important to have some go. If I want to paint the sea, I have to go these ways. Of course also this way and this way. But when I do it like this, it becomes a little bit more sea-like in a way. If you get my point. Here too, you know, it's like down here. I also use cobalt blue, and I use the Pressure blue, which is also quite important. Like this. I have this series of her on the beach, and if I painted all of them, which I almost have already in different sizes, I could have paid down all my debt. So that would be a smart thing to do. You just, okay, I'm gonna make an exhibition that will buy me this, and that exhibition will actually buy me depth freedom. But then of course you have to sell them. I used to have a gallerist who actually sold everything. Sadly that didn't last. Anyway, but yeah. But I do sell my paintings, so it's not as fast as it used to be, but it's still okay, I guess. Also, it's not that important, only for the economy. Yeah. I need to get more clean color on this palette. But you see what I'm doing? I can't actually see what I'm doing down there. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, zoom like this. Now you can actually see what I've been doing. Yeah. You see now? It actually starts to take shape. And I like it. I like the looseness of it. It is the most giving part of everything, actually. Yes. There's some drug addict yapping away outside. He's ranting about, oh, goddamn Pakistanis, because the guy upstairs is from Pakistan and he has a store. A very nice guy, actually. Actually, why shouldn't it be? But this guy that is ranting outside said, oh, you fucking Pakistani. So I guess they didn't, maybe he didn't get to buy beer or something. It's not nice, you know. You see now? That's very practical to have this. You can just pull it up like that. I'm going to put in some rest there. So that is done. Basically 10 minutes. My girl is coming here. I'm going to continue painting on this. Maybe I should actually film the whole sketching process. Yeah. The whole thing. Like I used to do. Okay. I'm just trying to see. It's not, the colors aren't correct now. And because I'm doing a lot of adjustments and stuff. To add in some that light strip down there. It comes like this. The sun hits there, and it hits this one. Okay, like this. And it goes even further up like this. That is the thing with this one. It reminds me of stools, you know, that Rembrandt painting with a girl standing in water. So it has the same thing. Actually, I have a copy. I'm going to show you someday. I have a copy I started on many years ago, and it's when I start to understand texture. That actually brushwork was the secret to a good painting, and I didn't really know that for quite a while. I actually didn't like it at all when paintings had too much structure. I didn't understand the point. It's almost like I couldn't empathize with it, because it's actually, it is in all the brushwork. You can actually see the artist. That is where you find the artist, not necessarily in the motif. Where do you find the artist in Rembrandt? You know, the Night Watch. You find it in the brushwork. You find it in the, maybe he put in some small cues and stuff, but mostly it is definitely the brushwork that makes the difference. That is where you find the artist. That is what you have to look for. Full. I tried to speak Oxford English. Actually, starting to feel a little bit tired here. I guess I just need some more coffee. Coffee. Standing outside arguing. Okay, here. It doesn't matter if it's, as long as I get this figure relatively correct, it doesn't really matter if it is a little bit off, you know, if it's maybe a little bit less down there or less up. As long as you just get it into, get the main things in, and it doesn't look wrong, it's fine, I think. Listen to that shouting. You bastard. You're on my video. Could you shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up, I'm fucking kill you. I'll kill you. See now? Actually, I think this hand is going to be a little bit small in there. And then we take the mirror again and we see like this, and yes, it has to be longer in. And the head is maybe a little bit too big, a little bit wrong. Crest a little bit longer. Yeah. Different things. Yeah, this is medium, and it is 70% turp, and this Kremer linfrø leinø, et eller annet something from this one. Okay, that's what I'm using, mixing those two together. And it dries pretty quick if the brushwork isn't too thick. That won't actually rhyme. It dries pretty quick if it's not too thick. Yeah. That could be a commercial for Girlfriend Varnish. And then you have to think directions also when you paint. So in there, I go like this. And this also outside is keep yapping. Well, så viktig är. It's so important. I have to shout. They're going to get into a fight. Probably going to shoot one another or something. Okay. And it's the middle of the evening also, it's keeping people awake, you know. ridiculous. Okay. Yeah. Now, I go from French ultramarine right now, and I just go kind of round and round there to get this done. That's her arm. It goes slimmer like this. You see, I just sketch with oil paint now. And I just move stuff around. And the problem with that is, of course, that you can come to a point where you have put down so much color and you've done so many adjustments that you can't really do more with it that day. And then you just have to call it a day and say, okay, I just have to let it dry so I can fix all the mess I created. Okay, so yeah. Well, I think it's actually kind of walking slowly towards. This one is very important, and then it's reflected in the sea. So, here we are with Amalie. She's going to ask me some questions.
Yay.
About sketching and landscape painting. So just bring it on.
Okay. How do you choose a specific scene or location for your landscapes?
That's a good question. This was chosen because it's from where I'm from, Karmøy in Norway, and it's the beach where people go and take a bath. So this location is basically chosen because it's there, and also it's good for business to paint motifs from places people know. So that might be, but also it's a very beautiful place actually, especially when it's sunny and stuff. So. In Karmøy, Norway. Now I guess I choose from aesthetics. Sometimes I see landscape other people have taken also, and I think, oh shit, I wish I could have taken that because the beauty of it. I guess it's more about the locations, about the composition. So this one is of my daughter when she was 10, I think she was. I think she was 10 years old. So next, it's hard to say. It's from aesthetic reasons. Or I also painted some landscapes from war zones actually many years ago. And when I pick them, it's also from the aesthetics of them. So. And I actually sold some of them. I sold all of them actually. So I painted from the Iraq War, the first night of the second Iraq War. That was the second. When the bombs hit in Baghdad. And the hang on somebody's wall right now. Yes. Mm-hmm.
What are some challenges you are encountering while painting landscapes?
Challenges. I guess it's the same challenges that I face. Actually, if it is only a landscape, it is less challenging because it's easier to get people to believe in a landscape. You only have to basically have a horizon line and some brushwork and boom, it's a landscape. It becomes way harder when you have a figure because then it has to be correct, it has to be stand correct, it has to be like you see here. So the challenge here is basically to get this one right and then work with the whole thing to differentiate the different foreground, background. You see the background here is very kind of in the background. And yeah, I don't know. So I guess the challenge is just basically the same. When you have a figure there, but it's less challenging when you don't. The most challenging thing is basically portraits of people. That's the most challenging bit, I think. Vad fel färg. So you have another one. I also paint from photo now, so maybe that should. It would be totally different to paint from if she was actually standing in the sea there, and I should paint her. That would be much more difficult on location. So that is an art in itself, and I've actually never really done that. So. But then it's like with everything, you start doing that and you get better, and then in the end it's not difficult anymore because you learn how to do it. The good thing about doing from photo is that the model are there all the time. The drawback is of course that you have less color spectre from a photo than a real landscape, but maybe that's also a good thing because and it doesn't change. A landscape in reality will change all the time, so it's much more challenging that way. So, still running. Still running. So yeah. Next one. You can follow up if you like.
Do you have any favorite landscape painters or artists?
Definitely Turner, I guess, because of the way he is using the brushwork and the way he digs into the painting and painting over, tearing it down, building it up, tearing it down, and it's very time consuming. The story about Turner is when he went to cafe, it was always dirtied off by paint, and he had huge nails which he used to grapple into the paint with, and he was dirty, very dirty, and that is why he went probably into it manically. So if you look at the best Turner paintings, it's just amazing. It is like the best Rembrandt paintings, but it's small. And Rembrandt also was actually a very good landscape painter. And of course many others too. You have the Norwegian paint. Was it Ferdinand Finne? Have you heard about him? Yeah, he painted all these strange landscape with some strange trees. I think he was a Stavanger artist from where I went to art school. I think was it Ferdinand Finne? His name was. Huh? No, that is not the guy. Was it a different name? Was it? No, Ferdinand Finne. He's actually quite a.
I only find these type of paint.
Oh yeah, it wasn't him. It's newer.
His name.
He's from Stavanger. He painted strange trees all the time. What was his name again? One of Norway's finest.
Kunstner fra Stavanger som tegner trær.
But it's so many, you know. But if I should pick one, I would say Turner. I want to learn how to paint a landscape. That is not, of course, totally photorealistic, because it's not a photorealist.
Like these?
Yes, there we have. What's his name again?
I don't know. I don't see. Hertwig.
Huh?
Lars Hertwig.
Lars Hertwig. Let me show it. Can I show it?
Is it for some terra?
Yeah. Because he was a surrealist anyway. You see? Can you see?
Closer so they can see. Yeah.
Yes? You see? And he actually was a schizophrenic. And he was always criticized for this. But he was a kind of... He had a tree that he had as a basis for it, but it just kept... And he was obsessed with clouds. He couldn't stop. And Odd Nerdrum, the Norwegian artist Odd Nerdrum, has his clouds from him.
Okay.
Yes. So, you know, Odd Nerdrum has picked from everyone. He steals like crazy, you know. But he's also a good painter. So as the Norwegian author Kristna var tidligere plage, han sa vet du. Nei. Arno Førvold, the Norwegian author Arno Førvold said, well, about that we shouldn't be afraid of being inspired and basically steal from others, as long as we really made it into something personal. Because every author, every artist in history has learned from someone. We have to learn from someone, okay? It's like this brushwork. I have learned this. I've looked at Rembrandt's painting, I've looked at a lot of classical painting, and then you realize that it's all about the brushwork, okay? And you have to kind of set yourself free from the motif and just be willing to not tinker with it in the beginning. You in the beginning, but you have to get it right. But you should let yourself go a little bit, okay? That you don't. But you also have to have. To do this, you have to have foresight. So you have to have some experience. Like when you are painting, you kind of struggle with knowing exactly where you are going, or. But I guess it's getting better. You're starting to foresee better now, yeah. And that is the whole thing. I know why I put this down. I also know I can't reach this now because I can't get that much paint into it to build that light, because this light has to be basically built to make it feel 3D. Well, is that really true? Because it actually looks quite 3D in the painting, in there. But when I paint it, it becomes even more 3D because I build these things, and that's why I call it the, I always call it the Rembrandt effect. When you use the background and you just push it all the time. You push the shapes and stuff. So yeah. Next. Blah blah blah. Push it.
There's some weird questions here.
Yeah, that's good. Weird.
And it's things like, how does your connection with nature influence your work? And do you think about environmental issues?
No, I don't think. I don't think about environmental issues at all. Actually, basically, it's not. It's not. I have that is a part I have just given up, because when I see how people are using resources, where we produce, how much energy, and how ridiculous it is to, well, maybe I think about the environment actually, but in a different way. It's lost, okay? Yeah, period. You only have to go into to a store and look how much plastic they'll wrap things in, or see how much charcoal China is using to produce the shit we don't need, and all this, and they keep yapping about the environment and blah blah blah. Nobody's doing anything, okay? And this is, as George Carlin said, nature created humans because nature wanted plastic and couldn't make it themselves. Okay? So when we are gone, there's going to be, plastic everywhere, because that is what nature wanted. The joke goes kind of that way, trees, bees, everything, we're fucked, we are not going to stop until it's empty. We will change the way we behave the day there's no more oil left. All the plastic, 30% of the oil goes to producing plastic. 30%. And we don't need that fucking plastic, okay? But we produce it anyway. So, I guess I think about the environment. But when I hear people like that girl in what's her name again? That crazy girl,
Greta.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg. Total narcissist, traumatized by her parents, narcissistic, probably severely autistic, or something. Nothing bad about autism, because it doesn't make you bad, but she is just and it's so ridiculous, because she was gonna go to the United States to some environmental thing, and she was against flying. And she got some people into a boat over the Atlantic. They almost got killed, drowned. And they used enormous amount of fuel in the boat and time. So I mean, she was just ridiculous because of her principles. And the father, which is basically an enabler, and the mother is also an enabler, they earn basically cred and money for it. So it's just crazy. And we are not going to stop using oil or pollute until it stops by itself, probably, because we won't stop consuming. So, do I think about the environment when I go? No, I don't, because there's nothing I can do. It doesn't matter if I don't pick up that plastic bag to carry things in, because it's not the fucking problem. Making straws from paper that dissolve when you're trying to, it's bullshit. It's vanity politics. So no, I think I don't bother with it. It's too much bullshit. It's too many lies. It's too much vanity politics. I guess I think a lot about the environment, actually.
Yeah, while you paint, but the painting itself is not about.
No, it's not
just
about.
Think about
It
all
is
the
about
stupidity.
it is about the beauty of nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is about the beauty of nature or whatever. And if you have some plastic in there, it's not going to make it. I mean, a sunset will be a sunset even if there's a plastic bag on a beach, okay? So, I am probably, some people will think I'm a horrible person for saying this, but so be it. You think some plastic bag's gonna make any difference? George Carlin, the environment. Trees, bees. A bunch of bourgeois, upper class, also, you know. As I said, you know, the earth is in crisis. No. We are in crisis. The earth will shake us up like fleas. You know? And then go back to being nature. With plastic. With some plastic. Yeah, blah blah blah. Next.
How do you approach texture and colors in your landscape paintings?
Oh, yeah, okay. How do I... Yeah, the same as everything else. Basically just seeing, trying to repeat, and trying to build. To build this light, I add thick colors, basically like clay, as much as I can from the start. And then I start to, I let it dry, and then I start to paint over it, and I enhance this, add in more detail next time. If I have done some mistakes and it becomes, sometimes it actually becomes a little bit too much textures and brushwork, so I have to remove some because I didn't focus good enough from the start, because all the brushwork has to have address. You don't just build a lot of texture all over the painting, you know. I remember I was helping a guy to paint, and I told him you have to build more texture, and suddenly I built a lot of texture all over, and I said no, that wasn't what I meant. What I meant, you have to find where you need it, like I remember told you. You have to find what is closer, what is far away. How do I differentiate this from what will be in the background? How do I, you know, the water is very different from the dress. So I can't do the same thing in the water which I did in the dress. I have to paint it in a different way. I have to try to paint it as water is in a way. With some, of course, these lights you put in small, when it comes that far, you put in some small lumps to bring out some points. if you squint on it, the photo, you see it is not as bright as here. Not even in the highest places here. It isn't as bright as there. So you can't go all the way to this brightness. You have to keep it down also. And you can do that by first painting it in and you glaze over it. And let the glaze push it down, which also Rembrandt did in the Night Watch, where he basically painted it and then he added he glazed in the shadow on top of what he had painted, so it actually seemed like the shadow actually hits the dress, because he hadn't basically painted it and he glazed it in. So the shadow actually hit, it is on top of everything else as it is. So yeah, but that is my approach, and maybe here I can do, and you can also go in and you can use this, and you can kind of add in more. You just try to mold it from the start. You try to foresee how the different brushwork and stuff will act in the future. So like when I also need to think directions. The sea behind here is kind of this way, okay? It isn't that way, it is this way. Because if you do like this, these things, you know, you don't get, you have to paint the direction. Of course you will go in there to make the waves, and you maybe do like this, and then you go in there again and you add a little bit of, maybe a little bit of on top of that again, and then you do like this and you do like this, and you basically do the same thing that you do here, but you have to do it on a totally different level. Because you need some directions. You need down, and you need this way, and you need this way, and you need to kind of see. I'm not going to go all in photorealistic here, but I would actually like to take one of these photographs and make a big one where I went into every single, you know, totally got everything in, and that takes, damn, that takes focus, and that is when you start challenging yourself, when you really go deeper. It's quite easy to paint something that looks kind of looks difficult but aren't that difficult. It wasn't difficult for Rembrandt to paint was a Stoffel standing in the, you know, the girl that drags up that dress. You see his brushwork. He did it in a half an hour, the whole painting. Okay. No more. Maybe 1 or 2 layers. Maybe even just one. Okay. Difficult appears when you go further. When you know how to sketch, there's no problem making nice sketches. Actually, I used to be a better sketcher when I was, because I used more time on the sketches, because I wasn't, I had to be more careful with the sketches, and therefore they became a little bit more rigid. Now I basically know that if something is a little bit off, I can always fix it, you know, so I don't have to be that. And also I have my mirror, it's important, which I told you. like this. Er det gått en halvtid? Nei. Ja. Yeah. So, yeah, it's starting to fall into place now. It's a lot of different things. Maybe the hand should actually be more. Yeah, I see that now. Oh, it should have gone the other way. It should have gone out. This one should have gone further out. And that's things you know, tricked. He tricked me. You bastard.
You bastard. You bastard.
Yeah, you have another question?
I was actually thinking, because we were at the National Museum, was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, exactly.
And we saw some paintings there.
Yeah.
From, was it the 1800s or something?
Remember
and
that?
they and there were some paintings there where with outside with a lot of people.
Yeah.
And how did they make those?
Did
they make them from imagination?
No. They, I mean, I think they took photos, so black and white photos.
Oh, so they had photographs.
And I think they also used models. Maybe they even had people. But I think they actually took photos, black and white photos.
Yeah, because they look almost as a photorealistic.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Yeah. So they knew how to paint skin. They knew how to paint different things. I know Christian Krogh, the Norwegian painter, with his big ones. He took actually photos and he painted in paint.
If
You should Google
Christian Krogh painted from
Yeah. Did Christian Krogh use photo? Maybe that's good thing to ask. Ask Budelfot. I don't really like to do it like I like to do it like this, but it's the first sketch anyway, so it's, I can have some freedoms. Yeah. Did you figure it out?
No, jag har inte funnit.
Did you write in, did Christian Krogh paint from photo? På norsk?
Yeah, both Norwegian and English, but
What about,
I don't find that.
What about Edvard Munch? Because they are so photographic, it's almost like they're taking photos and just... Remember, they used to use a technique back then where they actually painted skin color into photographs. So they had this recipe for how to actually make photos, basically... what is it called? Colored photos, and they had this recipe for how to paint skin and stuff. If you see my great grandparents, there's a there's a photo in our older house, in my grandmother's house, which were hand colored. It was actually black and white, but it was hand colored.
Okay.
So, and that is basically from that time. So they used photos, and maybe they had some models, but they also knew how. It's like the Norwegian classical painters, which actually was in Germany and painting Norwegian landscapes in studios. They just went to Norway. They took some sketches, watercolor, and they painted, and they also took sketches of clouds. But they had, there were people who specialized in clouds. There were people who specialized in trees. Okay, so there was a different way of doing the work back then, and of course some could do everything. And of course, people like, how was Turner received? Could you actually Google that? How was William Turner received in his time? Because he was very poor, actually. When he died, in the end they went up to his attic, and there was water coming down from the roof, and his paintings were standing there rotting away. Because he wasn't, I don't think he was that popular when he was actually doing his best work. I think he was quite poor actually, and tranquil. So they saved his work, but his studio was totally falling apart. That's what I saw.
It says there he was strongly criticized in his time.
Turner?
Yeah.
And you saw what happened to Rembrandt when he started to use more brushwork. He fell out of favor. Okay. And because you have to understand, to empathize with. Okay, yes, the point was to understand brushwork. You have to be able to empathize with it. You have to understand why. Why did he do it? Why? You have to recognize the subjectiveness of the painting. And back then, everything was about the motif. Okay, so if it wasn't up to or didn't resemble what was popular back then it was criticized. It's like now in a way. We have the same thing now in many ways. Today it's the opposite. If you try to do something with that is actually good, you get criticized because you shouldn't make beauty anymore, or try to make. You have to be conceptualist. You have your ideas matter more than the object, and that is why modern art, much of modern art is so crappy, because they went away from what actually started it all. Trying to make something good, something human, something lasting. Okay? You're feeling good. So yeah. It's modern art has basically destroyed poetry because it's bourgeois, that is looked at superficial to make something that actually has some substance. So it is in a way turned on its head. So, but every reaction has this opposite reaction. I guess it's just a reaction to centuries of more rigid laws. And when you then try to break down all the laws, you just break down everything. And now I think actually, now even with AI and AI art, and we are flooded with impressions, and we are flooded with AI art and it's so impressive and blah blah blah, but it is actually nothing because there's no one actually making it. You just program the computer and then it's just start doing its stuff. And it can create an infinite amount of motifs or art or poetry or whatever in a heartbeat. So you're basically making, you would, if the goal is to create more, just more, for the sake of entertainment, human art is dead. Okay? It is just dead. We are not necessary. We are only necessary as consumers because we are we are conscious. So, I mean, if AI makes art for other AIs, there is actually nobody's looking. It's like the universe. It creates a lot of shit, but we are, without the conscious brain actually seeing it, it is just creating stuff that nobody sees. And the AI will keep on making shit, but it doesn't really see what it's making. It's just making it. So it's like the universe. It just makes stuff by random chance, and then, yeah. So, in a way, there is no consciousness. So if you want to go there and you want to remove the human creativity from the arts, art is actually dead. It doesn't have any meaning anymore. It has to be done by a human being. It has to be done. You can say, well, the machines are made by humans. Yes. But it's like in Ukraine now, they are starting to make drones that doesn't need to be. You just have an AI, you send up the drone, you give it a command, seek out Russian soldiers and kill them. And that is what is happening now. So you don't even need a guy staring them anymore. And it's fucking scary. Because even war now isn't done by human beings anymore. Okay? So then the next war will first be AI against AI. Then when all the hardware is used up and blown to pieces, we will just pick out up the guns and the human equipment, and then when it's done, we have, as Einstein said, the Third World War will in the end be waged with sticks and stones. Because when you have blown up everything, there won't be anything left to wage war with. So it's the same with art, you know, and that is why there will always be a niche. Many people will fall for this AI shit, like this. What is it called when they digitizing art? NFTs. I've got so many requests about that. It's probably just most of it is scams, but you can actually digitize your work, and people buy it for some weird reason. as a form of currency, and but it's not real art. It's not it's not real, for fuck's sake. It's just a concept. It's just an idea. It's nothing really there. What if technology breaks down? What if they blow up a nuclear bomb in the atmosphere, or even outside the atmosphere? You blow up some nuclear bombs, and all of that art will be gone, because it will destroy all hard drives and everything. So all the data is gone. So all this art is gone. Okay? That is one of the things that will happen if we ever have a nuclear war. Well, our computers won't work after that. Okay? They'll just be, all the hard drives will be empty. So that is why I also, of course, are trying to bury information underground and in bunkers and stuff to basically keep look what happened to that's a tragedy. All the knowledge that was burned by the church, and also the Muslims in the end, and everything. They had libraries, but they didn't have enough backup copies. So you lost all the information. And it's crazy. Well, anyway. So, do you have anything more? You wanna chat GPT want to ask me?
No.
No.
I think it would be wrong to make some more stupid chat questions. No, we have.
Maybe it's better to just ask questions or have a conversation about painting. Something. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna close it down for tonight. Cuddle a little bit. That would be nice. So.
Hello.
Oh. Yeah. It's a horrible light in here. Oh. Okay. Anyway. Okie dokie dokie. So, I started to work with everything around to build the whole thing, so it makes it more. Now this became a quite good sketch, I have to say, and that's why I'm going to now add in the rest of the painting so that I can actually get an overview, and yeah, see now, measure a little bit. Yeah, it is like this. So there's a ground here, there's some stuff happening behind here, some trees, some goes all the way over there. Now it's quite dark because it's taken in the evening. It's so funny, my mother said, "Oh, wasn't she more blonde back then?" Yeah, she was, but it was an evening. And the evening light, and when you have this light, you know, it drives right into it like this, of course it will be more it will be not that much color, but as you can see, when the sunlight hits her here, it lights up like in kind of bright yellowish type of, or more warm yellowish. If she had black hair, that wouldn't happen, would it? So, my mother is always like that. She's never content with anything. So, anyway. It's my daughter I'm painting here when she was like 10 years old, so. You see, like this. Here, I think this is fucked up too. But there's a lot to do behind here anyway. I'm just gonna, that was kind of approximately. And then I go in with deeper color. You hear that sound? It's my fridge. It's gone. I need to get rid of it, I think. Luckily I have a new one, but it makes too much noise. So there's some clouds here, and the clouds of course becomes quite violet, and the sky behind have this yellowish greenish type that is a complementary color to the spots of that was wrong, to the spots of clouds. Can actually do some, and I see that the yellow is basically, if I use cadmium yellow or citron, lemon yellow as it's called, I will get that green or yellowish green. And also Prussian blue, I use it with Prussian blue. So I get this cold, because that color is quite cold behind there. It's a very warm here, but behind there is very cold. So, and that of course will give very nice contrasts in the finished painting, because you get the very strong difference between the warm and the cold, which I actually love working with. There was actually a guy who's told me, a person told me he was impressed by my use of hot and cold contrast, and I said, huh? It just, do I? It's just automatic for me, but when I thought about it, was yeah, I do that. I actually use a lot of warm and cold contrasts, and putting the complementary colors kind of up against each other so they can battle it out on the canvas. And when you have some colors battling it out like that, you get a more lively surface, you know. You have to use color to get it to come alive. There is no doubt about that at all. And also the brushwork, you see I go this way, I go that way, because now I'm just building the basis, so I can do it a little bit more chaotic, so the chaos from beneath will actually kind of come up, and yeah, so. Oh. Oh, I forgot myself. I forgot you were there. One moment, I fell into deep thought, and that is what is so great when I paint, because when you're not here, when I don't have to talk and explain and stuff, I go into my flow and I just disappear. And that is so great. It's such a giving thing. To use old Holland paint like this, it's quite expensive. So if you want to buy me a coffee, feel free. Or you want to become a patron and maybe pay for some of this, or maybe if you're learning something from my channel, it would be really great if you could do that. So, is it all the way down there? I have to measure, because what I do is I measure this, and I measured it up there, and this one goes, what the fuck? That was wrong. You see, when I get complacent, and I think I'm better than I am, and I can do a huge mistake like that. How the hell could I do a mistake like that? And it still doesn't. Actually, the sky should be all the way down there. Damn. That was a catastrophe. Now you see, if you don't measure, you will trick yourself and you will do mistakes like this. And then you have to do it all over again. It's a good thing that I saw it now. I saw there was something wrong, but I just didn't see it. So I'll just take away some of the color. Now that is the thing, if you added a lot of colors, if you do mistakes like this, it's harder to paint over it and get that kind of cleanliness. You see now the green here will actually mix into the color I put in. So, but then again, I'm painting over it anyway. So sometimes this can actually give more than it takes. So, but I became too it's almost a sort of arrogance. This is easy, I think, and then boom, I do this horrific mistake, and I have to do it all over again. So yeah, that's how it is. Don't be cocky. Concentrate. Now, this Iceland is all the way down there, and this is basically all the way down here. I think you learned a lesson there, actually. I learned a lesson there. And yeah. I guess some of you actually was looking at me painting and thinking, hey, that must be wrong. That can't be right. And you were right. Just gonna go go in with a better pencil. Try to clean it up a little bit. I have so many useless pencils because I don't clean them properly. So just get this. And I take it away. Think of all the paints I used there and this old hole. Expensive. That was an expensive mistake. Luckily, the paint I use the most of is Titan White, and actually white is not that, it's not the most expensive color, so if it were I would be in trouble, I think. See now. But the French ultramarine is quite expensive. The most one of the most expensive is cadmium red and cobalt. Actually, I don't use that much cobalt. I use mostly French ultramarine and Prussian blue. That was wrong again. This. Okay. I kind of like when pencils like this become like this, because they kind of, you know how much they are kind of scraped down to almost nothing. I like that because they get this, it's easier to, it's almost like I'm making the perfect brush while it's killed. So yeah, that's fun. That was very blue. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, still filming. This is just the first, the first layer anyway. So, what is it now? Somebody's sending me messages. Okay. there's a house, and there's a house, and there's a house. There's a house, there's a house. There's a house. There's a house. Just going to try to clean it up a little bit more. So. It's probably Greg. Always sends me all these messages. Well, he's a nice guy. So. Or my mother, maybe. Yeah. Let me see now. I'm gonna use the Prussian blue and the French ultramarine to brighten it up a little bit over here. And there's some reddish, some alizarin in the cloud that is behind that other cloud. So just gonna give it some, yeah, like this. Okay. You know, you just have to play, and that is the fantastic thing when you get a little bit of skill. You can actually just let loose, and you're kind of grabbing the impressions quite fast, and you don't have to tinker that much. You can just paint and get that flow, beautiful flow, and so giving. Yeah, so that was quite better. See, I work quite fast, and people are, oh, you work so fast. Yeah, in the beginning, I do. When I sketch, I work quite fast, to say. So, let me see now. Get it in here. As I said, you have to, when I start molding this, maybe I should do that from ground up, you know, that I do the right directions, like move like this, but then again, I want some chaos to work over, because then the whole thing becomes more dynamic. So yeah. Okay, maybe I should, yeah, I can do 8 more minutes. Just go back here and get it even deeper. Then I will actually use some, I used, I think it's the one of the best brown ones. It's the Van Dyke brown, which I put on here. I really like that because it has this, it is warm but it's also blue in a way. It has this bluish tone. And also, of course, I use raw umber and burnt umber and even some raw and burnt sienna. Sometimes, not that often, but sometimes I do. So yeah. And I now will. Gee, what is happening? What's happening? So. Okay. I'm gonna try to get the whole thing in. Wasn't any more space in the card. That's quite annoying, but that's good. And now I'm just gonna get all this in. And then I will mold it a little bit more for a while. See, I just, oh, so great, you know, the sketches are so great, you know, and yeah, they are, but they are not even close to what I want to see as the end result. What I'm doing now is basically, as I said, the gazelle or whatever you call it. And I know every video I say that, I can't really. It's like the thing with, I think when I have my girlfriend, I know my girlfriend's coming by. Maybe we should talk about that, because she told me that I have this, what is this, is it ASMR? As I call it ASMR. She's laughing. My videos are kind of these talking videos, ASMR, which people actually watch or listen to for some reason. It probably has the soothing effect. And I've heard people say that my videos, my girlfriend actually has. It's a little bit on the, well, you couldn't see it actually, but she's a little bit on the at least that's what they say. I'm not sure if it's true, because she seems, I'm actually not normal myself, so it's hard to say what it's, I find normal people very boring, and she's not boring at all. She's more quiet than me, but she's absolutely not boring. A little bit of Asperger's, and she becomes good at everything she does. But she likes the ASMR videos because it calms her down. It's like, probably like music for her. And she told me my videos has that effect on her, you know. And maybe I should start making videos where I talk a little bit more quiet and I whisper like this. So maybe I could get people watch my videos who like to listen to people whisper like this when I paint. Now I take the French ultramarine and I do like this. And I take some blue black and I dip it in some 70% turp and linseed oil. Maybe that is what I should do. But it feels so unnatural to me, you know. It's very hard for me to be a success actually, because I can't really fake it. I have problems faking stuff. Anyway. So, I just think it's nice to get this done, so it kind of seems like a full painting. I'm going to go this way, that way, this. And now it could actually be sold. So, here we are. Sketch almost finished. It's not finished, of course. I'm going to do a little bit here. And then I use actually my blue black. It's not that advanced right now, the colors I use. There's some waves here. Waves here. Just to get it in there. So now let's put in some like this, and there's some more like this, and some things here, and here, and you can actually see the arm reflected here. It's quite cool. It's like it follows the waves and goes out like this, and like this, and like this. And yeah. If you see some of the classics, it's actually it is basically quite easy on what I have done, but they have the experience to place. I'm actually having a landscape painting I found in this strong way in this container, and it's a beautiful painting, and you can see the guy who has painted it. It's more like one layer to maybe 2 layers of paint, but it's such a nice sketch. I'm going to have to do a small video of it and explain why I think this is actually a good painting. I have no idea who it is who has painted it. It can be worth something, cannot be worth something. I just don't know. So maybe I should send it to one of the places where they sell, or they like Blomqvist, is kind of a almost like Oslo Sotheby's in a way, to maybe figure out who has painted it. There is a size KVTN something. I'll have to figure it out. Even the signature looks like it's done by an artistic person, because it's very nice and simplified and simplified. Yay. I need some clean palettes actually. And then I will start, what I do then is that I start to kind of build even more around, take better control, starting to differentiate the different things in here, and just keep molding. That's where this pencil that I told you about comes in handy, because it's kind of shaped like a pencil in a way, and you see it has these waves here, and this pencil, which I have worn down, is perfect for things like that. And that is also due to the laws of nature, because the laws of nature, all the different touches I make, basically creates a natural pencil or pen or whatever. You see. Okay. So now I'm using the blue-black to make it very deep. But hey, it's a nice sketch, no doubt about it. And it's nice to see that I'm actually able to do these things so effortlessly, despite that mistake up there. So I will try to get a layer, one layer more into it, because before it dries, maybe let it become a little bit sticky, not all dry, and then I can more easily kind of, it will of course get the colors to mix together, but it will also be dry enough that it won't be mushy. So you know, it won't be mush, won't be dirty and dirtied up. Same way. Okay. Yeah. $14. You see, that wasn't so bad. Now the photo is like this, so small space around it, but I think it's okay. Yay! I mean, it's empty now, so I just see you in the next segment. Okay, hello. Here we are. I'm gonna go a little bit closer, and I'm gonna put on some Retouching Varnish now. And what I do is basically this. Take me like this, you see, with my old Holland Retouching Varnish. It has been just drying for 2 days, like I would say 4 or 5 days. I am hanging it over an oven, so it gets some heat, and that makes the paint dry a little bit faster. So this was the first sketch, and as you see, I laid quite thick layers here, and it has actually dried already. I just got a question on YouTube how fast you could actually put on Retouching Varnish after it has you have painted, and it depends how thick the color is. It depends how it depends on how much medium you get into the paint. It depends on many things. It depends on heat in a room. It depends on many things. What kind of medium you use and stuff like that. So you kind of just have to figure it out yourself. You have to just take a chance and test it and just do it. And if it dissolves a little bit, you can always paint over it anyway, because it's oil paint. So that is basically the answer to that question. How long do you wait? Well, until it's surfacely dry, and then you just take it on. And as you get closer to the finished product, and you don't want to screw it up, you don't want to paint over more times, you might have a more gentle pencil and be a little bit more careful. So yeah, that's the answer to that question. So with this, I hope to see you in my next video. Yeah. Okay. So, as we know, I'm just going to put on a little bit of Retouching Varnish. No, not Retouching Varnish, it's Glaze. What I do is take my Alzarine and French ultramarine, and I just kind of take my medium, which is 70% linseed oil. 70% terp and linseed oil, or the medium that I use, which is based on linseed oil. And I basically just go over it like this a little bit. The Retouching Varnish has now dried a little bit, and I can actually add in this sweet layer of paint, just the places that I know I'm gonna do some. I can also do a little bit behind here just for fun, but this is the second layer of paint, so it isn't that important. I don't know how many layers I will actually use on this painting. If it's like maybe 4, 5 or 6. It depends basically how far I get tonight. And I will try to get over the whole painting actually in one go. So it will take me a few hours, like maybe 6 or 7 hours. I will of course start here as I usually do, and then just grow from there. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And what I do after, I put on that Retouching Varnish. I like to say that in a kind of a French accent, because it's so retouche. And then I do like this, and scrape away some of the oil. Now it will, when it dries, well, now this is pulled into the camera, or pulled into the color, into the Retouching Varnish, and then it becomes a little bit sticky, so it's easier for me to work on. This is my glazing palette. I try to keep this clean for this purpose only, because you don't want to mess up with more than a couple of hours. You can, of course, you can glaze with yellow, you can glaze with whatever color you like, but keep them quite pure. Don't do like blue, red and yellow and glaze, because that would be very dirty. And it's try to glaze with pure colors, unless it's, maybe it is deep in darkness or something, you can do that, but I would recommend to keep it quite clean. Doesn't matter what color you use. So it depends on where you're going to paint and what you're painting and where in the painting you're actually glazing. I just glazed over the whole thing basically, because that is what I do. So okay, now we're going to see me paint. Okay, now I'm gonna start doing this, and I think I'm just gonna maybe start there or here. Yeah, I'm gonna start with this flat pencil, or maybe I should do some darker on this side first. Now I go right into the fuck is that going to? Shit. Now my pencils are suffering under my ignorance. Okay, there's one. Okay. Here. Like this. And I will do some here. Now it's very orange, as you can see. Maybe I should actually zoom in a little bit closer. You can actually see better what I'm doing. Yeah, what I'm doing. Like this, so you can see better. Light. What I do is to link it together later in a better way. I'm just gonna build some more light here now. Question is if I'm gonna go all in yellow as it is, or I'm gonna keep it more red, but I see what I do as I go along. I will try to do 10, 12, 20 minutes or something, maybe a quarter, an hour, and like this. Now I will keep this a little bit impressionistic. There's many reasons for that. I don't have that much time, and also it's quite nice actually to keep it open. So let's see how far I go with it. Anyway, see, I try to go in here in directions, because I will drag it over, because you have to make it round in a way, and the way to do that is kind of to follow directions. I find that to be very important. So, okay, going with some more reddish. And I'm gonna go a little bit down here, because there's a kind of a distance between the shadow here and there. But then I also pull it in like this. So I keep actually mixing together all the colors on the canvas. Going back and forth, back and forth. That is how I do it. And it sure works for me. I like this because it actually reminds me of the Rembrandt, you know, Henry Stoffel's in water. It's quite nice painting. So, yes, yeah, and I will work myself down. Also will start here because see now, just have pencil there. This is so soft, it's kind of too soft. I need something harder. And this one's actually good. Let's see now. Then I take orange and Van Dyke and French ultramarine, and I go and make it a little bit deeper here. You see, I keep colors in it. Also use some blue black and some Ansarine, which is basically my favorite colors to make things dark. I notice sometimes that it may be a little bit too dark and a little bit hard. So you have to be careful with that, but and add in colors into the. You have to have colors in the black. If not, it's gonna be a very hard kind of very hard painting. And you don't want painting to be hard, you want it to be soft. But not too soft, because then it almost becomes a cliche in a way. It becomes too soft, as you say. So a little bit of hardness, a little bit of... If you look at the drawings of Leonardo da Vinci, you can see how he uses the charcoal or pen to create some strong lines, some softer lines, and you keep on going back and forth with that. And that's basically how you have to think. Also, when you paint, there's no real difference in the way we think. It's just kind of the difference is color, pencil, pen. There's kind of a little bit different approach to things, but in principle it's the same thing. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. better if I took this and took it closer, but it's going to be hard to make it stick because I took oil on it, as you know. So when it's oily, it is harder to make this stick here, so I might have to see what happens if it falls down. I might do so. I'll just take some. I don't have any tape here right now. Anyway, hopefully it will stick for a while. If not, if it just. So now you see I have a more direct. I can even have it further this way, so I have a more direct communication between the photo and the motif. Now I see it more directly, it's easier for me to see. So anyway, I think I need some more tape to put on there. See if I can find some. Paper tape here. Hopefully it will do for now. It's like this. Like this. So, now it should be easier for me to see where to go. It is basically copying. Sounds easier than it is. It's not easy to copy stuff, actually. But so many people say, "Why do you do that? You can just exhibit the photo," they say. And then I say, well, it's not about the motif, it is about the challenge and the paint. And of course, if you don't understand that, there is nothing much I can do to convince them, because it is about the paint. And it's crucial that you understand that as a painter. If not, you're just missing out. Simply missing out, yes. So I will put some whites in here, like this. And this, enhancing the white with my more broken colors. So today was a woman who asked in comments how long it took for the Retouching Varnish to dry, or no, how fast or when she could put on, when the layers have been drying and she could put on Retouching Varnish. Now, on my channel there is at least 4 or 5 videos who is strictly about that. And now I like comments and like to ask questions, to send them to a video, or I just made a short about that today, how far, and I also did the clip here. That was why I actually did it. But I also made a short about it. So actually for that kind of use, shorts can actually be quite good, because you get to say some very important things in a very fast way. So I don't like the format of the shorts. I wish they were widescreen, but I mean, who came up with this shit that everybody has to see everything this way on a phone? Why don't they just turn it widescreen? So, here we are. there wasn't any more room in the camera, so I just had to make some room. Actually, I need some new hard drives now, because it's starting to fill up everything I have with videos. So, you know, when I think into the future, how much videos I'm probably gonna make until my last day, it's gonna be a hell of a lot of data. See now. Yes. It's a lot of Alsaline in this, in the folds and stuff. It's mostly Alsaline, Fresh Ultramarine, and some yellows and reds and stuff in the dress. I just kind of have to figure out things here. You see, there's also some cadmium yellow, deep actually here, so that's actually quite nice. Some nice contrast. But then you have the Alsaline just beside it, probably because you have the yellow and violet and blue and all kinds of nuances. Here, like that. Yeah. Like this. That. Like this and like that. This one too. Maybe I should go and buy some more new brushes. Might be smart. So, this. Go back here. You know, I want this transparent feel to it. It will be very reddish and very warm. It's what it will be, because that is what it is. So. So you can see I just keep on doing directions, trying to figure out stuff here, you know. Yeah. The reflection in the water is never as bright as the brightest, you know. You might be tricked into believing that, but that is usually just wrong. This, like that. Soften down here a little bit. See now. Also do the hair. It's a very bright yellowish hair, and I guess it's more like a cadmium yellow with whites. So I will do like this, and here, orange maybe also. I'm actually using quite pure colors right here now, just to get this right. The sunlight hitting her, very warm sunlight. See. See here, also just yellow. Maybe it's more yellow here. Then I can go in and fix that later. It's also yellow, yellow, and this, like this, here, here. Just to mark things where they are, and yeah. A red nose. Like this. I have to get that right. In a while. I need glasses here. Yeah, it was better, way better. Use this lighter pencil. Kind of a softer brush strokes with this one. So I like these glasses. It's really good because you're a little bit curved. So to give me better, it's almost like everything becomes clear, and but it doesn't blur something and not blur other things. It's just very good glasses. I think I'm up to like +1.5 or +2 now, or +1, it depends on the day. How much I've been sleeping, what I've been eating, stuff like that. I noticed that sugar affects my eyesight dramatically, so that is probably because of the blood sugar differences that affects the nerves in my body. Like this, yes, that was like that. Almost became like brush, like here. Very nice brush work. Then I put some yellowish light on top of that again. And do like this to get that effect. See now. Yes. There's a strip of yellow. Kind of here. This has to be toned down more. Really do feel like a copycat now. Like this, yes. Now I'm going silent because I'm concentrating so much. Some right here. Just painting wet in wet now. And yeah. See how much time this was? 12 minutes, that's not so much. No, they actually start to look like one another. Go a little bit closer so you can see better. I have to push down the shadows on this side more. You can see. See that? Yeah, that's good. I think. The arm is down there too. Comes all the way down here, like this. There's some lights. Comes down here. Make it become a little bit different. Yeah, touching too much. That is okay. I see. So. Yeah, this is better for this. See. I got these in a birthday present many years ago, but I hadn't actually used them much. But now I seem to put them to some good use. see now. No. Just need to find. See. Yeah. I need to wash the pencil quite good now because I'm trying to put in some precision brushwork. There is, I don't know, it's too much. Like this, maybe. And eye comes down there. It's quite difficult. This too. It's not much detail, but you have to kind of get it right, or it's just going to look very wrong. This is basically just more touches with, it's not much, as I say, it's not much detail, just a lot of impressions, so yeah. Yes. Anyway, I will just continue working with it and come back to you later. That's basically 20 minutes almost. 19, 32, 33, 34. So here we are. I've been working a little bit around it because it's easier for me to kind of work more with a dress and stuff. I fell in love with this pencil because it's so soft and it's a perfect pencil to add more folds in her dress and stuff. It is just so soft. It's like, because as I said many times before, the old Holland paint is basically almost like butter, and this one is perfect for soft, very soft brush strokes. And yeah, it's really nice, I have to say. It took many years before I actually used these. I got them from as a gift to on one of my birthday parties, and I kind of used you know, the boar or pig bristle mostly, and I never really used these pencils so much, or even just had them for, you know, it was just hanging there on my wall and in its wrapping. And I found out that when I started using them that they had some different qualities that I actually find very helpful. They put down like longer, softer brushwork, as they say. It's great. I really like it. I like it, you know. Yes. Yes. Tomorrow I have to paint on my church painting. That's gonna be fun. So, I don't need that many layers actually in these landscapes, as long as I kind of hit the jackpot when I paint. Don't screw it up, and kind of try to keep it a little bit simple, like in that Henrik Stuffel's painting, or the Rembrandt painting that I love. I'm gonna bring it out here and show you that painting, because I started on it for many years ago, but then I never finished it. And actually there's a very lovely sketch underneath there of a girl called Elin, but I painted over it and I regret that so much. But that's how it is. Never ever destroy your old stuff. It's so important that you keep it. So yeah. See now. Yes. You see what I mean? It's like butter. That buttery feeling. Try to keep the colors quite clean. Like this. Need to get more light into this. I have a bigger one also. if I can find it somewhere. There it is. So I have to be very careful and remember to clean these, because it takes very little to ruin something this delicate. And I don't want to ruin them by forgetting to clean them. That would be so annoying. Like this, yes. Yes. And here. Here. What I would like to do now is basically, I'm going to do something with that. No, I was wrong. Maybe the other one. This one. Also, I kind of like when they are quite long also, because you can get away a little bit more and you get some more oversight. So okay, see that? So it comes out on the other side here, kind of like this, kind of precision. Now you just have to try to hit the jackpot every time in a way. So I'm going to work a little bit more with the blue and the sea and stuff, and just to kind of try to link the nuances more together, because it's also good for me now to basically work wet and wet, to just let all the things just melt together. If you look at the Impressionists, I guess that is the way they did it. Now, since the sea is basically, well, I need to move this a little bit longer out, because so it doesn't collide, and then I will remove it totally, and then I'll go over the whole surface, and yeah. So I need to do like this, okay, because I have some more space here now. Just need to kind of go like this, so I can link them together, find the right. First I kind of make it all wet in color, and then I start to go into the more details, and yeah. I can go up and down and around, let's just say. I can do like this first maybe, and then I go like this, because it's basically just 2 or 3. You have of course the kaplak, which I always use, and other colors. And then I can go in and I can add in some of the small waves and stuff after the fact, and just kind of get it to become a little bit organic, or as organic as I can. Now I know it's brighter behind here, so I need to bring it up a notch. I tend to go a little bit too kind of like this. Also, it has to be a little bit clean. Now it's kind of too, maybe it's too much white actually. Just want to say, but just continue painting. I just do like this for now, and then I just go in like this, just to kind of. I also have to darken it down a little bit. Some places I will do like this, and now the lighting is in my studio can be sometimes a problem because it tends to hit the high places in the brushwork, and then it kind of, what should we say, it kind of it gets harder to see stuff. To be frank. Also have to make her way darker on this side. So see. The good thing now is I can go in with the orange and drag it, and then I can drag this way, and that way I kind of, no, I shouldn't say kind of all the time, it's quite annoying, but I basically link the nuances together, knitting them. I call it knitting. It's almost like you are using sewing, you know, knitting, like you do when you make scarves and stuff, you know, like the old woman who makes all these sweaters and stuff. And the same thing, or make a carpet, maybe, make a carpet. And you just keep knitting it until it seems like the colors kind of comes together and create something natural. I'm a big sucker for what's natural, so it's very orange, yes it is. And that might be a little bit over the top, but that is why I also want to tone down everything when I get in the sky and things starts to fall into place. Bigger. I større grad, as it's called in a bigger sense, større grad. That's Norwegian. So I think I make myself quite understood in English. I have to know it's my second language, so my pronunciations might be a little bit off and stuff, but I try the best I can to speak so you can understand me. It's so nice to hear from people that tell me that I inspire them to do painting and stuff. Some people after many years, and yeah, it's really nice. and some of you do. It's very important that you do commenting and on my channel and give thumbs up and stuff, because there is kind of every video there are some more, some less, but it doesn't like it's basically the same people who is pressing like every time, and it is a small channel, of course, so it's not a big channel yet anyway. It's growing, it is actually growing. Every time I put out a new video I get some more followers, and I think at some point I guess I will come to some kind of critical mass where things maybe starts to take off a little bit and I get more views and maybe earn a little bit more money on it. You can of course do supers. Maybe I should also do more live streamings because it's kind of easier to make. I don't have to do a lot of editing and stuff like that. I just place it out, and it also gets back into a different category like shorts. So yeah. Also, it's like one said on YouTube, the more often you post, the better you become. Okay, and there's something in that, because for a year after coming out of my involuntary meditation resort, I lost focus a little bit. There was too many things happening and I started getting tired, but now I'm back, so I feel like I'm out of my post-traumatic stress disorder and is ready to post more and make more. And I do think a lot about the fact that I am now 56 and basically even if I become 100 I have actually lived longer than I'm going to do. But you know, you just have to let that shit go, because it is what it is. You can't stop time. You won't be able to stop death or time. You can't argue with time. It just flows. What you can argue with is how you use your time, not that time actually passes. It's like me, I hate to see myself in the mirror because I'm getting older. I can actually finally see it in my videos that my face is a little bit different than before and stuff like that, and I really can't stand it, you know. But then again, that is what happens when you age. And in a way it's like the actors in movies who see themselves age, and for them it must be even worse because their whole career is basically about their image and their looks and stuff, unless you're a Jack Nicholson or somebody who is real character actors. That doesn't really matter how old they are. They're cool anyway. Or they kind of have character. Maybe that is just bullshit, you know. Having character is something that comes with age actually. You aren't born with character, it's something you have to evolve. So yeah, you have to evolve it, you have to create it. Or it has to be created. by all the things that happens to you. Yeah. And I can see I have more character, you know, there's more in my eyes now than it used to be. More behind the curtain, or whatever. So, just... And I'm not afraid of being dead, you know, that's not the problem. It's almost like I'm looking forward to it, because, finally, it's like coming out of jail, you know, you thought it was never going to happen. And life is kind of a jail also, you know, you're kind of forced to be here, you're forced into it. I didn't choose to be born, and then I have two choices actually. It's endure, do the best you can, love, build something beautiful, a life that you actually like. You have to think like that, you have to build a life you would be sad to lose. Basically, that is what you have to do. You have to build a life you would be really sad to lose. And if you can manage that, I think you will be good, actually. But then again, since you are going to lose it, then you will sooner or later be sad, because you're going to lose this beautiful life that you actually created for yourself. And look at Didi, that guy. Didi! I wish somebody had handed him a book about Stoicism at some point in his life. A book about less is more. Take all the money you have now and do something good. Something so good that I actually want to make a statue of you when you're gone, you know. Build shelters for children. Help the poor. You know, do something good with your life. But no. Orgies and drugs. And power. And it's so sad. It's like Putin, you know. He is destroying Russia because he has such a low self-esteem, or such a shallow inner life. It's just sad. It's very sad. The whole thing is just very, 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 very sad. And yeah, I think I'm gonna make my I should make a new video about Donald J. Trump. I'm very uncertain. I know Trump is going to win. I thought he might win again. I wasn't sure the first time he actually won. I was pretty sure he was going to win, actually. And I got a lot of hate for that. I lost a lot of friends over it. But this time I'm not so sure, because I didn't even know if I wanted him to win, because his stance on Ukraine, because we can't let bullies win. We can't give Putin a victory. He has killed so many lives. He's a mass murderer. He's simply a mass murderer. And to give him a win, that he could actually get a part of Ukraine or something in some kind of deal, it's not acceptable. He should lose as much as Hitler did. That is the only way. And this is a digression. So I'm not sure. But I can't stand Kamala. I just can't stand her at all. And luckily I don't have to choose because I'm not American. But if I was American and I see what the left has done with the borders and done with the whole country, the economy, I would choose Trump if I lived in America. Because then I was actually voting for my own purse and my own country. I'm not even a nationalist in any sense of the word, but at some point you have to choose kind of who's going to be your best friend. Is it Ukraine or is it America? You know. But I do hope that when he wins, he do a 180 and gives Putin offer that he can't refuse. And this offer should be pulled back to the 91 borders, and we will lift the sanctions and Russia can rebuild. That is the only deal he should get. And of course he can never leave Russia to any Western country or anything, because he will be arrested and prosecuted for war crimes. And yeah, so that's how I see that. Now this wasn't about painting, I'm very sorry. I'm really difficult for me to stay on topic. I hope you can see what I'm doing. Okay, basically what I'm doing now is basically painting as if it was butter. But now I will basically just continue painting for a little while and see what happens. Okay. 27 minutes. Well. So, I'm gonna do something around here. I'm gonna go down into the sky, actually. And first, in the background here. Yes. Also done some around here, so. There's, I have to use the Prussian blue up here because it is very bright and then it kind of turns reddish underneath there. So the blue I use there is the Prussian. Also I mix in a little bit of French ultramarine or cobalt. You see now this is too dark, but it's just to get the color in. Yeah, so I just have to see how fast I'm actually painting. I do not worry much about, shall we see, nuance here. Just gonna get in some color and then I will put more white into it like this. Now maybe it is in more cobalt here, that is turn a little bit to green because, yeah, maybe. Anyway, take it down a nudge so I see better. Actually, became a little bit too thick, but okay, fuck it, you know. Just need to. There was some yellow in the brush, so that affected what I did here. But then again, you see now I just do like this and I kind of mix the color in on the canvas. And no, maybe that was, no, it's hard to say actually, because you just have to be in the background. Maybe this should have been a little bit more. Yeah, I think it became a little bit too green actually. I was too fast there. Too confident. That can happen. And yeah. So maybe I should actually take some away, because it actually became way too thick for me to repair it. Or just do like this, take away some of it, so it's easier for me to change the tone. I want a little bit more reddish in it up here. So now you see there is still green, but it tends to become a little bit brighter. And I remember so clearly when I was young, I didn't like brushwork because I thought it was painted badly. I didn't understand it. And now it's the only thing I think about, care about. Okay. Just need to change this the other way so that I get some fresher cloth. So. Also need some more titanium white. See now? Yeah, just add some more white in it and yeah. There are some clouds and stuff also. I'm going to do some Alsavin down underneath it to give it some, because I can see that the clouds here are more in the violet because of the greenish in the sky there. Yeah. So. There's some green there, some cobalt. I do not often use the cobalt that much. It's funny actually, but it's here. And then I go over it like this, so I'm kind of just drag them together. I'm gonna do an exhibition or a combination of the human condition and the art of painting. I think I wanna make it into one big, and I'm gonna copy or do some I want to do some copies of famous paintings, and I think one of them is Turner, maybe the Temper, the ship that is coming into the harbor for the last time by Turner, or some of the others, and the art of painting of Vermeer. You know, that's a small painting, and I would like to make that bigger. And I also would like to do the Night Watch, just make it a little bit smaller, because that is so extremely big. But maybe I should try to do it that size, but it's basically impossible. But I could make it almost so it covers one of my walls here, and paint it on that wall, get a real frame, and just try to and yeah, and I would learn a lot, you know. It is strange to think about, oh, you come just come now. Well, it is strange that when it comes to music, I mean, Beethoven and Mozart and stuff, we consider it art when a musician play their music, and I don't see why copying or make a version of a famous painting should be any different, really, because when you make a copy or comment to it, it's basically your subjectivity takes over. You won't be able to copy a Rembrandt anyway. It's also with all the brushwork and all the different aspects of it, it would be impossible. You had to be a supercomputer. I actually saw the new robots that Tesla is coming out with, Elon Musk, and what would be funny is actually having a robot like that and tell it to paint me a Rembrandt and learn from your mistakes. And the robot would go into the internet and it will kind of pick up tips and learn on the job. So it would be funny to see how it would do it actually. Now, would that be art? Well, I'm sure somebody is going to do it. You know, it's just a question of time until some artist, you know, is a Chinese Weiwei guy, or some people will have a factory where they instruct these robots to paint their own paintings, and then they sign them and sell them as their own. And of course this will happen. And there are people who will buy it. You know, people are buying these NFTs and stuff. You know, it's just ridiculous. So, yeah. It's almost like people want to be superficial. They want to be tricked. They want to be mediocre. They don't want to do their own job. They don't want to. What pleasure would I have in selling paintings that was painted by a robot? None whatsoever. I would get the money and to spend and stuff, but where would I go? Where would I be? What would I do? You know, what would I do with this life? If maybe we should just die out and let robots do the things. It would be like non-thinking entities doing human things without actually thinking about it. It would be a very sad day actually for humanity. But it will happen and somebody will buy it. Somebody always buy that shit, you know. Some people just have absolutely no taste, you know. That is just a sad fact, you know. It's like you get this robot and play chess with it, and it can just tap into the internet and learn chess in a heartbeat and beat you all the time. So what would the point be? If you can't win, what would the point be? Well, you would get better. It's like going into if you're a martial artist and you always fight with people who are better than you. You spar only with people you can't win against, and of course you will become. And if these people are really good, you will become very much better compared to other people who aren't that good. So yeah. Should you ask the computer to turn down its capabilities so you can actually win against him? You know, it wouldn't feel like a victory then. So. Okay. Anyway, you're seeing what I'm doing, and I'm just kind of dragging and painting and kind of trying to shake it up a little bit and get colors into it. And I'll just work myself all around it, and then do one more go video before I can cover it. It isn't that hard to paint this painting because it's quite limited in detail, small impressions. So, but you know, I want it to be nice, and you have to go in, and then it all comes down to the brushwork and how you place the brushwork and stuff like that. So. See now, you have the bumps and humps here, you know, it's like a beach behind here, darker here, stuff, have the houses and stuff here. So anyway, just keep on painting, I guess. Yay. So here we are. I'm gonna keep on painting on this, and I'm gonna start with a figure, and I'm gonna try to kind of move a little bit closer as I go along. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Now I'm gonna start up here, so I might want to make the background there a little bit brighter, because then I can see her shoulder better. And I will do it with this pencil, which gives me a certain amount of control. Yeah. And I have to move it out like this, so it doesn't seem like... Or maybe I should actually use a boar bristle. That would be better because it leaves more texture. It's very important to choose your tools compared to what kind of work you are going to do. That can be very helpful for ya. Maybe I should have glazed, but I don't need to glaze anymore, I think, because I can just do some micro glazing in particular spots who need it. I also changed my palette because I used the palette all night, so it was becoming very dirty, and that is never good. So, oh, I need some medium. Yeah, too much medium and it becomes too soft, too little. It doesn't dry very fast. So, I have to find that sweet spot. Also around her head, it has to be like this. Oh shit. Because now I can actually see it a little bit better. See now. A little different brush. I need to buy some new brushes tomorrow, so that I can So the thing is very blue, so it's quite hard because I need to find a way to... It's very blue, but when I use color it becomes even more blue, because it's the physical blue is way more in your face than a blue in a photo, because of course these are This is real color, or physical color, more correct to say. I'll just glaze a little bit like this. And yeah. Yeah. Okay. There's also this shine. Maybe use a little bit of cobalt there, because there's some kind of a shine from the sea. The blue from the sea comes into here. It's quite nice. And the dress behind here also shines up a little bit. And I guess the shoulder is more in the, maybe in the reddish type of tone, like this one. Yeah. So it becomes a little bit more fluid, as you can see. And that is very important. I think the fluidness is key to any painting. You can get it to feel like everything is just melting. Really hit the jackpot. The contrast can be big, but they mustn't be too big. Now in this painting, of course, with this photo, the contrasts are very high, almost like burned out in a way. So I just have to stick with it, because I can't really see what's here anyway. I can only try to repeat the shadow, you know. Just get this to length, kind of a little bit blurry, as you can see now. So that's basically what I'm going to work with today and tomorrow. There too, so I can actually see the hair between there, and a little bit of, no, it's not yet there now, just like this, and like this, Yeah, I think that's nice. Or maybe you should go more in. So now there are more Alsaline in this, I can see. So it becomes a little bit warmer or something. So now this comes down here. Here is quite difficult actually. It has to be kind of fluent but also follow the laws of nature. You can just fold. It has to fall in the right way. Okay. Okay. So just want to cover up something here. Can I go in with a thinner pencil here? Get this right. You know, this soft pencil is just brilliant to things like this. And yeah. Maybe I'm limiting myself too much. When I start using something, I just go so into it and I forget all the other options that I could have. It could actually make things a little bit better. It's very typical me. My back starts to hurt actually. I need to stretch a little bit. goes right. It's important. Also the right color. More red in there. Her cheek and her eye actually. It goes up like this. And a more brighter color. Some yellow maybe, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Here we need a big lump of light. Right there. Just do this. Sometimes I kind of look for the colors. I have to think a little bit, but not very often. Usually I just take it immediately. To paint your nose a little bit. See now, like this. Nah. That was too big. Yeah, it's too big. Too big nose. Jesus. Yeah. Hard to tell. These are the things that can actually drive me insane, because I can go back and forth again and again and again, and in the end I just screw it up. It just dies and I have to do everything all over again, which of course is no fun at all. No. Things like this can actually become extremely time consuming and extremely stressful because it's so small. So. Okay. See now. The yellow. Yeah. So yeah, just work in between there. After effect, just get some. Yeah, well, you get the point, I guess. So, just keep on working, can film everything. Yay! So, yeah, I am now working in directions down the arm. It's very important to, if I dragged it down like this, it would be just flat. So what I do to get this light is that I basically go in and I work in this way. And now this is very orange and red. So as you can see also in the picture. Now here's the shadow. I went down there. And then I just kind of start pulling again. And that's how I follow directions. I think it's very important to do that. It may kind of makes it easier to get some, you get a better, shall we say, I get better control over it also. There's a lot of stuff happening. You know, it is taken, very low sun with tungsten film, slide film, and it reacted extremely to the low sun, this film. It is actually, I think I used a blue filter film, I'm not really sure. But anyway, even if you use ordinary film and you have this low sunlight, you can get a very extreme reaction. I also, if you want to link this together, I'm just going to work a little bit. Well, I can show you. I have to clean that brush so that I don't mix in. Now, since there's a lot of red and orange and yellow in the arm, the way that I would paint here is that I kind of go like this, and I go all the way in to the arm the same way, because the sea also goes this way, then I can get some more blue and I go in there again, and as I go along I will add in more of the waves, and actually I don't have that much time to go into extreme detail. I'm actually gonna take some of these paintings for when I get better time, and I'm gonna go all the way, which means I'm gonna paint basically I can't say that on YouTube, every wave, and use a insane amount of time to basically paint for so long on the same object that it will be really hard to see a difference. What I also need to do then is to plan better. I have to plan the sketch better. I have to think more like a photorealist. I can't kind of have a lot of textures and brushwork without an address to some concrete. Oh shit. I'm just going to turn off the sound. It's my mother calling. So I am yeah. So anyway, so this is the way I would work. Yeah. And then, you know, there's kind of get this rounding here. How do I do that? Well, then I have to go in and I have to tone it down, maybe use some alsavine and cadmium and see what happens then. And I will go first down like this a little bit, or maybe I will do like this and this. I will just mix them a little bit together here, and then I go in and I pick up some more orange, and this way I also get some of the blue into the arm. So yeah, when I get some of the blue into the arm here, it feels more, because you want to have some of, despite this looking, or despite this being very orange and very yellow, I wanted to, and you wanted to have basically a little bit of all the colors in it. Because you don't, in nature, you will never have just one color and then you have orange, period, you know. It's not how nature works. In any surface, you will always have all nuances of all colors. So now it's kind of start to round itself. Now even here, I felt it became a little bit too hard. So I will take a little bit of blue again, and I just put it into it here. And this is the way I kind of tone it down. And yeah. And then again, here it's more yellow. So I have actually orange, cadmium yellow, deep cadmium yellow, and the primary yellow. So I can actually do, then I can mix these together again, and then so you know what I mean, I keep on going back and forth, and maybe if I used an orange and it becomes too orange, I can maybe tone it up or down with another, so I don't have to mix every single color every time. That would be extremely time consuming, and I don't know if it's even possible, you know. As I said, when I was a young artist, I was very idealistic about my use of color, which I still am in a way, but I didn't even use black because black doesn't exist. And you can actually say the same about white. White also doesn't exist. You have light and color and neons and different color spectra. You don't have white. White is just something you put on to reflect some brighter colors. And the brighter the color is, the cleaner it is. Oh, that's also wrong. All colors are clean. There is no dirty colors in nature at all. So earthy colors are dirty. You don't, if you keep mixing too much and you add in black and you add in colors who doesn't compute with each other, like I said in one of my videos, if you buy many different greens that doesn't really compute on the palette, you won't really, you can actually get colors that is so off compared to what nature would actually mix, that it just looks like shit, you know, because it becomes basically shit. So be careful with too much mixing. 3 color rule is basically, if you want the shadow to red, the shadow is usually again towards the green, but it also has some red in it to kind of break it down from green to the tartillage, or a secondary circle. You have the circle and have your mix between the colors, and in the mix you get another shadow, kind of shadow color circle. People don't really know that. They don't understand that the shadow and the cloud are the shadow in the cloud is a mix between the color in the cloud and the background, like what type of blue or what type of color there is in the background. People don't know that. I've been talking to people and they just, even painters doesn't know that. So they think it's, oh, it's grey. No, it isn't grey. There is no grey, you know. What is grey? Grey is what? No, it is a broken color, a mix between, and the strength of this will depend on how much light is there and stuff. So yeah, don't believe for a second that there is grey, because grey doesn't exist. You don't mix black into the cloud, if you know what I mean. Or you don't paint the shadow with black. You paint it with some blue with a mix of orange, or some depends, as I say, totally about what color is in what time of day, what time of night, you know. If it's a very high, you know, the sun is standing high on the sky, it's not that easy to differentiate the colors because there is so much light. But as the sun goes down, the distance becomes longer and longer, and the waves become longer and longer, and it becomes more and more warm. So that's how it works. It's almost like it kind of reminds you of sound waves, really, because if you have a car coming in against you, you can hear the sound louder and louder and louder, and then it passes you and you hear it kind of becomes less and less. And the same thing goes with light actually. It's funny to think about. This hand is gonna be difficult because it's so small, and yeah, I just have to make a good impression of it, and hopefully it will be good enough like this. Yeah. So now I was dragging down, but sometimes I drag down and then I go in and I do like this again. And you just have to keep banging on. Banging on. So the cloth is coming actually over down here. I'm gonna out like this. Yeah. But also now it started to become manic about details, and now I want everything to be right. You know. And that's very typical. Very typical me, becoming totally manic. So here, okay. Just further down here. Yes. See if I can. A pencil, a suitable pencil for that, because I want one brush stroke there. Just like this. Yeah, and here, and here. As you can see, I'm just now starting to, and this will of course be way more toned down, because inside there you have the blue and you have more bluish and kraplak actually. No, not kraplak, but alsarin. Now, there I actually go down a little bit, okay? Just to get that shadow. But then I will pull it back up with red and orange, because there's light coming from the dress, as you can see, which shines on the skin there. So I need to get that middle shadow here. I just do like this first, just to place it right, and then I will start molding it like I did then I go into direction again, like this, and I have to find this. I'm just gonna go some time into this, because I go over it again and again and again, and yeah. Then over like this again. You see what I mean? Just tone it down a little bit here, like this. It would have been nice to have a better pencil actually. My pencils are so screwed right now. Take care of your pencils. So important. Sometimes I just forget because I'm tired after a very long work day, and I do it tomorrow, and then the day after they're ruined. So it's very quite smart and clean up every day. So you start basically with a new room in a way, a clean room every day when you start painting. Yeah. And this light is very important. It's a little bit brighter there. I go like this again. See now, I get that this now explains the shape. Start to explain the shape. It's much lower than is here. So yeah, I will enhance it a little bit right here. Oh, you look like she has sausages. Yeah, well, she was young there. She had that baby fat, you know. And baby fat kids, they have kind of baby fat. They are more round. Actually, it's funny because you see that in all of the animal kingdom. All kids or all puppies or whatever, they have that innocent look to them. No matter kind of species it is, it kind of looks so vulnerable. It increases the protection genes. That is why people tend to fall in love with puppies and save the trees, save the bees, you know. They're probably going to save these animals. Oh, they're so cute and blah blah blah. Oh, they're eating puppies. Well, we are eating lambs and pigs. What's the difference? Chinese are eating puppies. I don't care if they're eating puppies. I do care how they treat the puppies before they eat them. That's a different story. I mean, if you don't treat animals good, you know, I don't think you will treat humans good either. These things tend to follow each other. The psychopaths often tortures animals first before they start doing it to human beings. Just look at Dexter. I don't know if this is correct. See, there's some. But anyway, you can see it in. Now it's quite easy to see it in the mirror, if I can find the mirror. And that is always a problem. Ah, there it is. I'll take this and I took both things at the same time, and it actually doesn't look like that bad. I made the arm a little bit too thin. That's what I thought. So I will move it back out again. As you saw here, it has to go further out. And this one too. Kind of goes kind of out like that and then in. And out and then in. It's really, really difficult. I think it's only red there actually. It's more reddish here because the light is hitting her shoulder from behind. And it goes down like this. And if I then drag some paint this way, that will be better. And then I can of course go in from this side and voila, oops. Okay. So this is why shit takes a lot of time and I have to do that with the whole thing. So goodness gracious me. So I'm putting some more light on here. I'm just going to do some thicker layers, some stuff to get that all the way up, if you see here. Now you can see the effect because now I have the white underneath and I put on more. Not white actually, it's mix of colors also, and suddenly it just pops out like crazy, and then I can mold some other things on top of that again. So yeah, how much time was that? 24 minutes. Go out a little bit like this. A little bit more. The same thing happens down here too, you know. I have to find that, but I want to do something with a small finger. It's way deeper into darkness. Just put on this and yeah, maybe some blue, pure blue, some micro glazing. Then like this. So I have something to work with, and that finger thing. Yes, and okay, like this. And that finger, and you can barely see the last finger over there. And I need to fix this with right. Now I saw that I have to go out a little bit here. So yeah, or it doesn't make any sense. Like this. Yeah, it's better. I'm using this now because it's lighter, it's not that much texture in there. So I'm trying to keep it all fluid. Like that, yes. Here. Just keep on molding this. See now, it's now I'm going all silent again because I'm going so deep into it. And now I need more yellow. Then drag the yellow this way. Oh my gods. Okay. I just have to. Yeah, I'll continue working. But as you can see, it got quite far, and they're starting to look like each other. So with this. Okie dokie dokie. I've been working around here, and I think it's pretty nice. It's starting to fall into place, and yeah. So just need to do some small adjustments here and there. Then I will do the background, and yeah, even it out a little bit. Like this. Yeah. Probably just have to take all the things with me to Kame, all the paint and everything, and just in case there is something I need to do, something I see that I don't like very much. But I think it's turning out pretty well. Just even out some of the, like here, I don't want it to look like a line, and it also is a little bit more of a schwung in it. So, and I'll try to do it a little bit more woolly, and yeah, and if I throw in some white and then go on top of that white, I will calm down the contrasts a little bit, like this, so it doesn't feel so goddamn plastic. See now it kind of became a little bit more, yeah, what should we say? Organic, maybe that's the word. The word. So there too. There's the shine from the sea again. So just do like this. Okay. And also here. It's very important They're the same thing, really, just a different hue. So I drag it this way and dampen it down a little bit, like this, and push it a little bit more, maybe here. So it don't have to be such a big difference. Let's see now. Like this, and like that, and like this. And I have to do something with that. With that! See now. So the hand, I need to let it dry a little bit and then just go over it again the last night probably, because it is quite difficult right now to get in the last details here. Just do like this and leave it like this, maybe. See now. Yeah, there's the waves. I kind of. So here we are. Gonna put on some Retouching Varnish and do the last layers on this beauty. I'll just put in up here. It's quite dry up here, so I will glaze and then I will go over it, the sky here and the background and a little bit all around, and I will call it probably today. Maybe I do a little bit tomorrow, but it's hard to say. To see what time I get and how I feel when I'm done. I'm now in the process of actually finishing many paintings the last 2 or 3 days here. I'm just trying to get some, you know, here you can see it dissolves a little bit, and that's no problem really. Maybe it's even a good thing. I'll get some, because I painted on it yesterday and I just opened the oven, so automatically now it will dissolve a little bit when I do this, but that's okay. Maybe a saw. I don't want to go down here because it's so thick, but I'm going to work basically. I'll start up here and then I just work myself down and call it. Say okay, now it's okay. So that's what I'm going to do. Yes. So, okay, let it dry for 10 minutes and then I will put on a little bit of a glaze. Okay, so here we go. The same thing that I always do. And just go over this with glaze like this. Try to get even more into this. Maybe I could have used a cobalt here also, but I think it's nice to get the reddish into it first. I think it's all the other colors is more easy to kind of lift up again. So yeah. It's quite in the dark behind there, so we're just gonna lift it up a little bit and glaze around here. Maybe I could do some glazing down here too, just to see what happens. Kind of like this, just see. Nah, maybe not so bad. Yeah, it's not so bad actually. I think glazing is very important because you get all the contrasts, kind of comes, kind of pops out and makes surfaces kind of links the surfaces more together. Like here, I'll just drag like this. Suddenly you can get better, kind of glides better into one another, if you can see what I mean. And here too, you know, like this. And I can actually see more what's happening underneath the shadow there and stuff like that. Now it really seems like the hair is just popping out here. So it's quite cool. Yeah. Anyway, this is how it will be, and yeah, it pops even more out. Then I can add some small details, you know, back on here, scrape a little bit, and kind of. So. Okay, saw, and of course take away a little bit of the excess oil here. Yep. Wash this pencil and then I will start paint. Yay. So now we're going to start, and I will start up here It's quite greenish up there, so I need to use my French, Prussian blue, and yeah, I will use my Prussian blue and some green, some yellow I mean, to get that kind of nice green type of color here. Further down so I see better. There's also cobalt in it, so I will also use cobalt. That's a little bit dark, but just managed to mix in the different colors. And also I have of course I have the glaze on, so the glaze is also more towards the reddish tone. So when I actually add in the Prussian blue, the green and bluish reddish kind of mixes together very nicely. So that is a way to actually mix colors on the canvas. I think I figured out a little more for myself. So yeah. So So there's some nice dots. You really need this is so messy, I can't even use it because there's so many different colors in it. I just need to clean up the palette a little bit. It might be a good idea to always start with a very clean palette, or at least a dry palette. But then again, if you have a palette that is a little bit more, shall we say, dirty, you can actually get a lot of free mixing. Now there's a light cloud going here, it's going all the way, and there's some beautiful clouds also, and then it comes more grey down there. Now this is very enjoyable work. It's not that difficult if you have done it before, but it's very playful, and yeah, I just enjoy it immensely. Now it seems very red there, and it is, but now I'm going to tone it down a little bit. And also there's a shadow underneath here, so I will start to mix these together, if you see what I mean. And then now I get all the green into the red, and I get the red into the green or blue, and it kind of starts to create a very dynamic and organic colors here. So yeah, that is basically how I do it, and hopefully you enjoy, like I do. Really do enjoy this. Really. I have to work for about 12 hours today, so it's going to be a tough night, and then I have one more night where I can work with all my paintings, and then I'll put in maybe all-nighter, like almost a 16-hour or 20-hour stretch. That is when you go in deep into the Zen stage, where you are really hyper focused and are just totally flowing. And it's a very good way to lose weight also, because I forget to eat, and yeah, it's kind of a way to fast. It is funny to think how much I've been using this arm to do all these things. As I go this way, it becomes more and more towards the ultramarine, alsarin, darker and darker. Like this. Now just cross over. As you can see, I'll just cross over like this, and then I go in and I enhance it just a little bit. Some places like this. Okay. You get the point, you know. I'm going to put in these small clouds, and the clouds are extremely French ultramarine, and so here there's one coming in from there, and there's one heavier one coming here. And you have to kind of try to get these to become a little bit organic. And there's one over here, and there's one coming in there, very small one. So yeah, and we have this very bluish tone in the background all the way down. So yeah. Green, actually. That was kind of too green, but I can try and see what happens. That was a little bit too much. So just tone it down. Kind of bring it up again with some, and then like this. Because now I have red and green. The whole thing is just a huge and there is green, yellowish, greenish, and violet will come now under there, which of course is some clouds long in there in the background. And this is the way we create a living landscape. Look at, if you ever go to a museum, look at Turner. That is when I get more time and I get more focus, and I will start to try to look at more to Turner and try to break things more down and basically try to go even deeper in textures and stuff, and just try to create the most organic surfaces I can. Right here now I'm more after to kind of get it work. I haven't got the time actually to go that deep. But it doesn't mean that it's, would I say it would be better? Well, it depends, you know. Depends what you're after. But I'm a sucker for brushwork and stuff, so I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say these things because I'm actually saying that my paintings suck. Which I don't think they directly suck, you know. So, I don't know. Hard to tell. It's very hard for me because of a pathological bad self-esteem, self-confidence. It is hard for me to judge my own work because I usually only see the bad things and the things that isn't good enough. It's a very typical, basically BPD thing coming from bullying and stuff in childhood. But it's also an extremely good tool to evolve as a human being, as a painter. If you don't turn into a narcissist, it's a extremely good tool to get better. And but some people and a lot of artists turn into basically narcissists, and they never do this deep dive. They tend to believe in their own myth, like many artists do, and it stops them from getting better. You have to break down everything and tell yourself, you know, this is not good enough. I should try to get better. And yeah. People don't want to hear truth, you know. It's like, I saw this video, it was quite funny, you know, why pretty women are so crazy. And it's because nobody tells them the truth. Men doesn't tell them the truth, parents usually doesn't tell them the truth. Nobody tells them the truth. Because most men want to have sex with them, and instead of actually telling them the truth and argue with them and actually put them in their place if they're wrong, men tend to go ahead and agree, become very agreeable because they want to get laid. And of course, if you never are challenged, then you always think you're right. You're not going to evolve, are you? My problem has always been if I was at a party or something, I liked the girl or something, I got into an argument or discussion. I didn't care, and I lost so much pussy, to put it that way. In that way, that is unbelievable. But then again, it's not that I didn't get laid. I always got laid, so at some point. But anyway, I can't really do that. I can't really throw out my principles to being liked. I remember I had a party, and there were two girls there that were so impressed with my art, and I was so impressed with my studio and my personality and everything. And she said, "There's nothing wrong with you." I say, well, there's not everybody agrees with that because I'm a Trump supporter. And there's one girl who was basically probably immigrant or child of immigrants or something, just went crazy. Called me a racist and all this shit. And she ran out of the room. And the other girl, she kind of just said, "Oh shit." that escalated fast, and then she just had to leave also. She didn't, of course, like Donald Trump either, but she kind of wasn't that crazy, you know. So if I did shut up there, who knows, I could have had a threesome. Never had a threesome, actually. That's strange. I could have, but I never did. I've always been a one-on-one kind of person. I like to take good care of the girl and that I'm having sex with or cuddle with. So it's never been a thing with me. I always like the more normal thing. Who knows, maybe I missed something. Yeah, so that was a digression. Maybe that is why I don't get so many views on my videos and stuff, because I keep on talking about things that has nothing to do with painting. And yeah. So just gonna keep on banging on here. Have to get in these small houses in the background also. So maybe I should use one of my used brushes. That is how they turn out after a while. They start to look like small knives or small spears. There's a tree behind there. There's a tree in here. And there. Yes. Like this. Then I will put in it's just a market. You know, the sun comes in from the side and hits this. There's a small one there. Up here is a bigger one. That's the houses in the background. And I will mold them a little bit more, of course. And also have to do that beach. The beach. This one. Like this. Yes. There's a small Iceland. Right there. It goes over here. So yeah, it's way more bluish. Goes in like this behind here. But it's much deeper than that. Anyway, maybe I should start to do these ASMR videos that my girlfriend always tells me that I'm already doing. meditations, more meditation-like paintings, where I talk like this, very slowly, calmly. Make people fall asleep with my voice. I don't like my own voice, that's a problem. And that's a good thing too, because it shows me that I don't like to listen to my own videos, to say that. It's almost like it's not me in a way. Sometimes I actually like what I'm talking about, the way I am, the way I act in the world. But usually I don't like myself very much. Or the voice. I like myself way better now than I did when I was a kid. Because I didn't like myself at all. But if you have been bullied or something happened, probably will have traits like that. And the good thing is it made me always work very hard on things like painting or training or anything I liked, just for its own sake. Maybe it was an underlying neurosis there that made me work even harder. But yeah. There's a lot of neurotic people who becomes good in things because they are compensating for some inner issues, and then I think it's a very good tool. I mean, we shouldn't talk bad about a tool like that, you know. If you push yourself the small extra mile to create something that is better. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to turn off the camera, put some music on, paint for a couple of hours, so 2 or 3 hours, and then do the last segment. The sky became quite nice. I'm just gonna give it some more texture and some more oomph, and then it's gonna be okay. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna work in some nice green. Then I used actually I used Van Dyke brown with yellow to create this kind of, you see this, it's green, but it's very dark green. It doesn't pop out, it's just there in a way. And you do that with Van Dyke brown and this cadmium lemon. You can see, because now the cadmium lemon, the Van Dyke is has some reddish in it, and what kind of bluish reddish kind of texture. But when I use that, I actually mixes these two together, and it becomes a very dynamic. Really love that. And you can do it with any green, not any. You just turn the Van Dyke from being more in the red zone or blue zone to the more green. And you can do it also the other way. If you want it to be a little bit more reddish, you can go in with some red. And you can get some reddish into it too. So the Van Dyke brown is just brilliant. It's one of the best paints I know, because, and when I mix these here, it becomes almost like a complementary contrast. And I also give it some, so it's not so flat, I give it some textures and stuff. So yeah, that's good. And if I want to push it, the Van Dyke, even deeper down, I can mix in some French ultramarine and maybe some Alsarin, and then it becomes very dark, as you can see, very dark. And that way I can just, with that Van Dyke, I can just keep on going back and forth and get a very earthy feel to the background here without it popping out. Yeah. So, now you know. See ya. So, here we are. I think I have kind of come to some kind of conclusion. I think it has turned out pretty nice, to be honest. Tomorrow I'm just gonna let it rest now, and then I will do a little tiny bit of touch up tomorrow, because I have so many other things I need to do tonight. So it might be a good idea to do that, and then just come back to it tomorrow and touch it up and finish it. That's probably a good idea, so I don't go blind and start making stupid choices again, which I easily can do when I at the end of a painting like this. The problem is it's too much shine, so when I put on, I have to stand here to see what I'm actually doing. That's silly. So, there, I think. Yes, that's better. This one, just a tiny little touch up here. Tiny bit. So, and here. A little bit of yellow. Put some yellow in here so that it kind of looks like a little bit as the sun hits, but not much. A little bit like this, a strip of lights. Yeah, do like this too. You see, I also use the back of the brush. Just touch up here too. Yeah. Okay. There's some things here I want to do. Possible for me to go further out so you see the whole painting. Here. Just some small adjustments. Like here, to get this thing more flatten it out a little bit. Same thing there. Actually, it's way darker. Should go a little bit darker here. this here. Yeah. So green on that side. I have to stand like this because I can't really see. That's a problem with this studio. It's hard for me to get a good distance to the lights. I have to do something with that. That's actually quite nice. And here. Yeah, then it goes totally into darkness. Yeah. Yeah. And just a third light here. Bring it up a little bit. So, yeah. It's good. A little bit of kraplak, no, not kraplak, Alsarin. And push it a little bit further down, right here. Like this. And this. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, there we are. I think this is good. There's always something, you know. There's a small things, very small things. And sometimes we just, because you can easily get very manic when you start going into things. You're actually good, and then you start adding a little bit there and a little bit here, and you're into this basically manic situation where you can't stop and you don't know where to stop because there's always, and that's the point with painting, that I would say, there's always something more you can do. Annoyingly, has to do with your skill wall, how good you are. There's always something. So if you keep paintings in your studio that you used to be, and now that goes probably just for more figurative art, but also if you do skill-based abstract art like figure composition and stuff, you will also see the same thing, that as you progress and you become better and better using colors, even if there's no figure, you will at some point think what you did maybe 10 years, 5 years ago, 10 years ago is really crappy. So I have paintings in my studio which I painted in 2010 that I today wouldn't have on an exhibition. So because I don't think they're good enough, and then also the way I painted is different. It's the same thing, but kind of a little bit different. Enough to not wanting to exhibit them anymore. Okay, there's also some small clouds here and here. There's some really small stuff. Gives it a nice little touch. There. See what I mean? I could do this forever. So I will just stop now, and I will let it be for now. Almost. Yeah, it's good enough. And I will do a little bit of a touch-up tomorrow. And well, I'm done. Yeah. It's not a totally same sky, but it's a sky. It's a sky. Yeah. Just a tiny bit here. I kind of clean up a little bit. Yeah, okay. Good enough. So, yay. So, I'm going to do a touch-up, and first I will do the Retouching Varnish, as I always do, from Old Holland, to get the colors to come out and the neons to come out. Then I will do basically a touch-up to kind of a focused glaze, which can be quite important, and just start working with the details in this thing here. I'm not sure that I'm going to glaze all over it yet, but maybe I'll do that and then just add in, or I might just only glaze kind of locally and as I go along to control it better. So that's what I'm going to do. Go into detail, add some more. There's actually a hair. Also so good. I don't think they need my DNA in my painting. One budge. Why? Where the hell does that come from? No. Ah, come on. There, it's gone. Is it? No, it isn't. Damn. Can't get the hair out. So damn, there it was. Okay. So that's what I'm going to do today, all night, and then I have to work on my brick also. So yeah, see ya in the next segment. So here we are, gonna do a little touch up on this. I can kind of see the face inside this darkness, but it's very kept down. But I think it might be a good idea to try to add it in, and this should actually stop coming out like that, because that's very annoying. Stop it. Anyway, so I'm gonna just do some kind of a localized glaze with my, because as you see, I did put on the Retouching Varnish, and I just want to do some. I'm actually using my small palette today because I have to go in more like a surgeon. I was planning on going deeper into this actually, but then, you know, life and everything. But what I will do, I'll just go over this like this with my bluish and stuff, and I'll see there's discrepancies between the colors. It is, you know, that is what happens to me a lot actually, and so it's so annoying, because I procrastinate a lot, and I seem to always start doing most of the work when I'm almost out of time, and it's probably I think it's it must be a mental disorder to be like this. I saw actually a girl on one of my friends on Instagram today, posted something about this, how she was when she wanted to start painting, and then how her body feels at the same time. So you try to find that motivation, but then your body just don't want to go there. And there's a good explanation for this. It is actually a flight and fight response, because I know every day I'm going to start painting, especially now when I'm going to deliver, actually probably tomorrow, that I need to get it right. I need to get it presentable. I need to, all these things, and suddenly you see 1,000 things that you would like to do. I want to enhance everything, and then you're kind of out of time. And what the hell do you do? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that always with me, and it's so annoying. It's just. But a lot of artists have that affliction, because many of us have ADHD, maybe even a little bit of. I think actually I've been studying a lot about, maybe I do have a little bit of Asperger's or something. I know I have ADHD, I have a diagnosis, so that I know for sure, but I have so many other traits too, so it's hard. But then when you start painting, it's just being home, and that's so strange that it should always be this hard to start doing it. Come on, get to work. You're in paradise when you start painting. This is where you want to be. Okay. This is so weird. The whole thing is just crazy. So, anyway, welcome to my life. I talk about this a lot, so anyway, I'm going to try to just make it better all over. It will take a few hours, and then I need to do my break after that, and hopefully I'm going to get a result I can at least live with. We'll see what happens. Just try to glaze now. Maybe I should try to add in traces of her face. It is a little bit in the reddish. And there's more light coming in here too. So I just need to kind of find that sweet spot there. And this photo is very dark, so yeah, I need to get this to also to become one tone. There's a lot of details around here actually that I can work on. So I'll just try to do the best I can today. Okay. And this is also darker. The problem is if I do some small mistakes, I can wind up using a lot of time on trying to fix it again. It can be a very time-consuming process. And it's almost like, that is why the procrastination kicks in, because my body knows how difficult this is. And yeah, must be so much easier to be some kind of a abstract expressionist who just kind of just create half-baked things all the time. you know, behind here. This is where the face is, and it's very hard to see. My forehead is here, so I need to get that right. And the nose goes more up there. Trying to get in some more. And it's very orange. Very orange. And I wish it would kind of were a little bit more colors to work with. But that's what I got, so here we go. Here we go. Yes. And eyebrows up there. Kind of. I'm really nervous because it's already on the invitation. I should have started doing this a week ago. I should have been finished with this a week ago, actually. I actually promised myself after my last exhibition this fall that I will never do this again. And here I am. Again, the day before I'm going to deliver. Same shit. Out of time. Trying to save the day. And hopefully I can. You know, these things takes time. Time is probably the most important ally you have. You need skill. If you have skill, I do have some skill, then time is the next thing, because the higher the skill, the deeper you can go, and the longer it will take to get there. So it is kind of a thing that, like the snake that bites its own tail, or the dog that runs around in a circle after its own tail. That's the situation I am in, always. Actually, my mother was talking about being stressed today. Was it tired? Yeah. And what do they do all day? Well, he drinks coffee, washes some clothes, makes dinner. And she's exhausted. And I said, you know what? You don't know what exhausted is. And of course she blames me. That's nice. And she's almost 80 now, and she hasn't quit smoking. And she complains about being tired. I mean, it's so fucking stupid, you know. It's just, shouldn't say that. It's going to get my video demonetized. So let me reframe. It's so stupid. Well, today even that will make a video be demonetized. So you never know. Yeah, there's some really yellow there. I'm always exaggerating the colors a little bit to get that beautiful sunlight beam. Kind of overdo it, and maybe it's kind of dumb, but you know, it's me. I'm the master of exaggeration, and I don't know how to stop. I don't have a stop system. And as I actually listened to a girl today talking about her difficulty with choosing details. Every detail for her is equally important, and she can't choose. And it's that's the thing with me too. I can't really choose. It's almost like I feel like I cheat if I don't bring everything into it. Almost like I feel like I'm lying or something. Yeah, it's crazy. But let's go. Yeah, I will keep on doing this today, and then I will do some on the around it. I'll call my girlfriend before she goes to sleep or something. Here. Now it looks a little bit more like a face, I think. And she has this dress. It's my, yeah, you probably know. It's my daughter when she was like 9 years old or something. 10, I think it was 9 or 10. And yeah. So this goes in here. This dress goes up like this. And it's kind of just things like that. So. The last time I did this painting, I was so stressed out. I had so little time, and I was standing here working on it until I was going to take a flight with my paintings. And I was working and working and working. And I can see now that actually they weren't that finished. So I need to do better. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Now I have to integrate this better. It has to be integrated. I have to melt in with the other dress. So it kind of looks like it's part of it and not just put on top of it. So I just scrape it down a little bit and make a mess out of it. Then you just go in back in to some blue. There's a light here too, coming in from the side. I think I need to put some more light on that hand there to even it out. Work a little around all places actually. Now you can see the glaze I put on now works more, like it gets mixed into the color, so it's very helpful to make it kind of feel a little bit more real, a little bit more painted. So yeah, it's a very good way to enhance things. That's why glazing is a very nice tool to use. And the colors are kind of gliding into each other as it was a more like shall we say, yeah, you see that? Boom! Whoosh, it comes right up. More like aquarelle. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. Aquacolor. So, same shit. Just go down here, light it up, so we get this vividness back, and it goes down the whole thing. And it has this massive kind of sunlight feeling to it. Yeah, so if you see what I mean. Here too, now it's more sunlight. Now it starts to look like sunlight, okay? That's the thing. That's the thing. So I'm painting sunlight. And when you paint sunlight, you have to kind of work as sunlight would do. You have to understand how it works. When it hits the surface and the colors that are in the, very important to get the colors in the shadows right. It's very important. And of course, like in here, more reddish. Can actually exaggerate a little bit, because then you cannot get so. Also goes down like this. And a little bit behind here, because it hits kind of from the side like this, so it has to be, but you want that kind of to be round despite that is lights. So you need to kind of also think a little bit about directions and stuff. So yeah. Not too much and not too little. Very important. Very, very important. Just like in India. India, kush. Like this. And this is a little bit inspired from, you know, the painting of Rembrandt, Van Rijn, Henry Stuvels, or whatever it's called, The Girl in Water. And I guess you can see that. If not, you have to be ignorant or something, I think. Or don't know about that painting. I actually have a nice copy that I started on many years ago. Maybe I should hang that one up somewhere. I never finished it, so. But it was a very rough sketch, and it was sketched in, okay, of course it's much bigger than the original, but I sketched it up in a hurry. I sketch it up basically as Rembrandt painted it. So I was thinking and looking at the texture and trying to get that right. See now, more sunlight here. I need some more reddish in it. Also, and then some yellow. There's yellow and traplak and very much white in it actually. Try to get that right. And the thing here is that it's so easy to lose that sense of light if you put on too much white and it dies. Too little and it doesn't light up. So it's not that easy always, you know. But if you find that sweet spot between enough and too little light, is maybe it died a little bit now. So it can't always just be very bright, it has to be both. Also I can use directions now to tone it down. Like this, yeah. So, now we get it a little bit, huh? This one too has to be a little bit more. Now I'm getting manic, I can feel it. The mania takes over. And when the mania takes over, then it's really fun. Because then you go deep. And you can't stop. It's a beautiful feeling. So, do more the fingers and stuff. Down here, in the shine. More details. Yeah. Anyway, we'll do some painting for a while and then come back to it and show you the result later. They kind of look like each other when I see it in a camera. So, there we are. I actually think this has already become much better. And I will kind of just add a little bit more around, and then I will do some painting all over. And yeah, I have to kind of just close the deal because it is, I basically don't have any, also need to do my brick, so but it's better, I think. Maybe I should put in some more light right there, but it's very dangerous now to start fooling around with it too much, because suddenly you just lose it in a way. And yeah, sometimes you just have to stop, you know, and that might be now. Then again, if it isn't sold, get it back, and then I just continue with it, because there are things I can do. I can put in all the small waves, and I can do so many things, you know, but things that takes a lot of time and a lot of slow work, very slow. So, and like this a little bit. There's only finger actually that shows quite clearly. Just, and there's this one. So now it looks more like a hand. There's some, it's actually deeper behind here. It's more like light coming in from behind there, but I think that might look a little bit too much, so just tone it down so it doesn't compete too much with the finger there. And yeah, just needed to be something behind there. Or is it a C? Yeah, I think it's just a C. It's kind of like this. It's more like it. Now this leg is a little bit thicker, and there's a shadow going down there. So I need to do this a little bit thicker. There's a shadow coming down, and this one goes up like this. Yeah. It's a little bit different than the photo for now anyway. So I just have to do like this, this. Now some yellow. In here, like this. So. You know, you can just keep on doing details like this until the moon, the stars fall from the sky, as Caligula said in the movie. Until the stars fall from the sky. And voila. And voila. There's more reddish there, so I need to get some more red into it there. Like this. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, it's better. Then I go a little bit in like this, even it out a little bit, and I enhance it right there with some cadmium yellow and a little bit of white and red. I need a little bit more yellow straight there. Only place because and there's some lights there and lights there. Like this. So I kind of create a little bit more, it becomes a little bit more dynamic, because I felt it was kind of just one color. There's some kind of spots of light around here. Some kind of, she's wet, and there's some spots of light, and I'll just put them in so it kind of gets this more vivid feel to it. A little bit too big, a little bit too big, yeah. And then I need a light exactly on his finger, right here. And that kind of explains the whole thing, because now I also need a little bit here. You see, that gave it more shape, and there's also a little light on the finger underneath there. I just love this, you know, it's so giving. Just feel like I should go a little bit closer so I can actually see better. Like this. It's very yellow. Like this, like that, and reflects the water. And here, here. So there, yeah. A little bit of yellow. Here too. Here. Like this now. Something's happening here. It's better, way better. So then mix together a little bit. And there. Just by the water there. A little light hitting. Spot of light. Like this. And here. A little bit more red there, that shadow. Now I'm into the realm where people wouldn't even see the difference, but I see the difference, and that's kind of the most important thing. So just to be something in the shadow, as I always talk about. Can't just be a hole. It needs to be something there. And some cloth. And like this. Yeah. That's good. Also need to put in. I'm kind of thinking out loud now, as you might notice. I'm in my flow. Yeah, there. But it needs to be more red. Bring it back up again with the red. So it seems like a shadow. Like this. Kind of hairs mixed in, and a little shadow down here, and it goes over like this, and yeah. Thinking about my daughter. Today she's grown up, married, no kids yet. Well, maybe she will make me into a grandpa someday. But then again, I have a young girlfriend, so I might have some more kids with her. That would be fun. Becoming a father. At the age of basically probably 60 or something. That would be strange. First I have to get my shit together. The years wasted on trials and waiting and heartbreak and depression and pain, and you know, it's been so much happening the last years that I'm kind of just gradually working myself into feeling that amazing happiness. And yeah. So, I think this is actually quite nice now. I think I'm gonna actually wonder if I should actually just try to stop. Small detail. Which is here. Goes up like this. Like this. And there's this one too. You know, now it just starts to grow. Oh God, it's never gonna end now. It's never gonna end. See what I mean? Just keep banging on. I think I need to ask my gallerist if I can have it one more evening or one more day. So I can actually make it even better. There's some real reddish in there. And then I will tone it down. Then I'll have a little bit more light on that cheek. So it's now into something very dangerous, because this can go both ways. Can get better or worse. That became better. A little bit more white, and boom. Yeah, that was actually better. A little bit more light on her nose there. There. And there's a spot there. Now her nose suddenly seemed like a penis. So you see that thing there made it look like a kind of a penis. Actually, my nose, she has my nose. And, I have my mother's nose. And she has my nose. Actually, me and her mother kind of have the same face. Yeah. And I'll put in our lights here. And turn it down a little bit. Like this. It kind of always have to have address. There always have to be a small boom. Small kind of, yeah. Yeah. This isn't so bad. Make that a little bit more reddish. Just mix it with a little bit of blue, and voila. Not black, because black would be too hard. Simply wouldn't feel good. Yeah. And then we have this being the hand, and kind of waves more like this. I think it has to be see now. Yeah. Should be a little bit more like this. A little bit more red. Yeah, I think so. Kind of cuts in there. And it's kind of a little bit darker when it comes to reflection. So, then you have some spots of light there too. That kind of lights up the whole thing. These reds and orange breaking through like this. Yes. Then it goes almost like a Z here for some reason. And you start to mix in here. And yeah. That's cool. Pencil. I have to remember that the reflection is not as strong as like this. Yes. Yes. Straight up down here so it becomes a little bit more natural. Yeah. So zoom out. Okay. Okay, I'll do a next segment and do some more painting around and see what happens. It's hard to differentiate them now when I see them. So, I guess this will be the last segment for now. As you can see, I've been working all over the place here, trying to increase, and I think it has become way better, actually. And I just want to enhance some small things. It's always that I come to that point where I go back and forth and try to figure out ways to make it a tiny bit better. And then sometimes when I do that, I just do a little bit too much. And I have to walk back the cat, as they say. See now, I'm trying not to bump into this. I think I managed to make the lines kind of blur. And that's a good thing. I'm going to try to get some here. See now. It's quite difficult. Everything is difficult. Keep saying that over and over again. Here too, if it's the wrong color, it kind of doesn't seem to be. That was way too blue. And I think I just need to scrape it off. Use this to kind of loosen it up a little. Oh God. See what happened there. Just need to kind of shake it up. So I think this is too harsh. I'll tone it down by just going over it like this, cutting into it, and push down the clarity of it, and now it became a little bit more natural. And here, because the light's actually hitting the hair behind her, so stuff like that. You can use the background to explain the foreground a little bit. And this could be basically a never-ending story. Because it's always something I can do better. Always some piece can now I wanna do this. Also very difficult light here, because I can't really see what is happening all the time. So I need to really change the lighting in my studio. So if I stand here, it's easier for me without the shine. Oh, shice. You see there? It's always something. this. Yeah, it's good. So this is how an artwork comes into existence. I think it looks okay. See a little bit there. Yeah, it's not so bad. You see, I use different tools all the time. It's not necessarily just a pencil. It can even be my nails. It can be anything, actually. But also the colors has to be the same, or at least close to the same, like in here earlier, where it was maybe a little bit too red. Even now it has to be a little bit bluish side here in that shadow. Hard to know. So I'm going to try to get in some small waves here. Just go out like this. Then I need to tone it down so it doesn't take over. So many things to think about. Anyway. Now, I like, you know, if it's too much happening in the surface, some like here, it kind of becomes noise. So too much happens, and that's why I need to kind of tone it or make it a little bit more even. I'm going to cross over to a bigger palette now, because this bigger one with more space. Oh, it's kind of okay there. Then do like this. A little bit of white. Try to pull it back up again. Yeah, that's okay. So much blue. So when it hits the light and daylight, it tends to become a little bit too much. And that's always a problem because I only work at nights and I don't see my paintings in daylight until they are in the studio. No, in the gallery, sorry. And that can be a problem because sometimes I get some surprises that I don't like when it comes to the colors and stuff. But, you know, I'm a kind of a night crawler, so yeah. So I want to take a step back now and just see if I can. Yeah, I think that is nice. Bring these a little bit closer to one another. I see blue. I see blue. I tend to see colors very brightly and I tend to having problems toning them down. I always want them to be more vivid than they are in reality, and that can be a problem, of course. Not necessarily a good thing. Yeah, that was better. Get this rounded a little bit more. I still haven't done my brick, so I just need to rest a little bit and start painting again because I have to deliver today. So just became a bloody mess. Let's see, I need a better pencil here. This one. So annoying. Became way too blue. That became way too red. And now I have a project that will last 10 hours. So typical. just because I wanted to kind of make a small change, and you start to kind of see what kind of color is that actually. It can't be a red. Blue, greenish maybe? Yeah, something like that. There's some light there because she has a dress on. There's also some light in the hair. And the sea is also reflected in the shoulder. Now I think it sticks out a little bit too much. Yeah, I think that was better. So, if I do some, drag this over, even out the lines a little bit. No, I think I'm there. Yeah, I think it's okay. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. There's a little bit more light around it. This. Yeah. Can I bring something with me? Yeah. See now. Yeah, that was actually quite nice. Now it is more subtle. Here we go again. You know, scraping it down a little bit can make it more alive. Because on my eyes are kind of seeing the colors as more, or the contrast as, I'm kind of tricked into believing that the contrasts are bigger, but they're not, so it can be annoying. doesn't have to be perfectly rounded. So just let it melt into one another, and and this one is too sharp, so I'll tone this down a bit. I'm working in directions, and I'm working with the colors, and I'm working everything at once. So I think this is quite nice now. I think that shoulder is basically as good as it's going to get. Yeah, I think so. Goes in like this. Because that goes through the hair. I'm absolutely 100% manic right now. Just can't let it go. And I think it's okay now. I'm gonna take a step back and be pleased with it. Yeah. Maybe do a little bit more, but it seems to be nice now. Anyway. And voila, here, welcome to the end of the video. There you can see the finished painting. And I think it came out pretty well, despite, and you can see, been working more with the reflections and the colors and everything. The most difficult thing here was actually the dark areas in there, because in the photo also it's very dark, so it's really hard to get something into it there. But I think I have made a good illusion of something being behind the shadow, which of course is important. And the sky was made basically a little bit blurry and stuff. Got in some nice shine here in these colors, and I kind of enjoy the whole process. So I hope you can give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think. Want to support my channel, go to my Patreon, or maybe buy me a coffee. On Patreon, I will teach you how to paint and or help you to get better. So if you'd like to do that, please. Yeah, cool. See you. As usual, I just want to show you some of the textures and the brushwork. It is strange to think that it's so small, and I was using a lot of time on getting this to function. The colors is a little bit more vivid than in reality, and that is one of the problems I had with my photographing of my paintings, but you know, it's kind of more calm in reality. Anyway, this is how it came out. I hope you enjoyed the video, and as I said, give a thumbs up and please check out my Patreon.